economic trajectory and processes in the world. So that the contradiction that exists between developed countries and developed countries, or first world countries and developing countries, are indeed huge. And there's a sense that we need to balance the situation and really ensure that peoples of the world enjoy better quality of life economically, that they advance socially, and that indeed the globe and the world becomes a better place. So this engagement and discussions have been going on for many years.
Indeed.
I think we're at a point now where there's some indication of fresh blow of air, as it were, and new ideas that are coming into the center stage. And this is seen through establishment of a forum such as BRICS, a platform where Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa are grappling and debating these issues. Not simply from a point of view of just mere criticism, but of answering the questions such as what are the practical kinds of intervention that can be made? What is it that needs to be done to ensure that changes do happen? Whether at the level of ensuring that the multilateral forums, such as the United Nations Organization, change for the better and are reformed. Or issues such as can we have banks that can operate somewhat differently and concentrate on the building of infrastructure and economic development, not just in one part of the world, but across the globe, especially in those countries that have felt left out in processes, the countries of the South.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Chairperson, you also make reference to obviously some of the discussions. What anchored the discussions yesterday was really around the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement. If we're reflecting on those discussions in the context of advancing the economic growth and equality, if we're talking about equity in terms of accessing the global trade system, talk to us about how Parliament, in particular the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, as part of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, will ensure that it conducts oversight to ensure that the commitments that are made, not only within the BRICS bloc, but of course the discussions and the commitments that are made within the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, that they are properly oversighted and that they are actually effectively implemented.
First, let me say that we have a situation as we speak where the BRICS heads of state have met, and the outcome of the engagement that they had had been made public. But further, just to emphasize that we had the BRICS Parliamentary Forum being addressed by the Deputy President of South Africa, Paul Mashatile, who reported about the outcome of the heads of state deliberations, and what we're seeking to do at the Parliamentary Forum is to translate that into workable programs, and these programs can only really come into place if the legislatures or Parliament begin to do the work that they're supposed to do to ensure that the executive delivers on these agreements. So what has been happening is really that we've heard this address by the Deputy President, and then we've heard the first day where we're looking broadly at this matters, with the main goal of seeking to ensure that the heads of state decisions are translated into meaningful interventions that may be made by parliaments across the 5 BRICS member states. Not only that, but that also we take on board countries such as Iran, Egypt, and so on, just to make sure that the new member states as well fall into line, and that together we seek to ensure what legislatures and parliament ought to do on a day-to-day basis. And just as a reminder, that parliaments really are about ensuring oversight. Absolutely. And accountability. Absolutely. Parliaments are about ensuring that the lawmaking continues to happen in an ongoing way. Parliaments are about representing the interest of the citizen and the interest of the voter. Parliaments are about parliamentary diplomacy, for instance, which is taking those kinds of actions that will ensure that we cement a better relationship amongst parliaments in BRICS, plus those parliaments of those countries that have now been admitted as members of BRICS. So through parliamentary diplomacy, we don't seek to replace the work that is done by, for instance, a governmental department and institutions such as the TERCO, Department of International Cooperation and Relations in South Africa. But what we seek to do is to supplement, not take over as such, but to add on and ensure that we add more weight to work that's being done internationally. But also, of course, our main focus is on parliament and legislatures. So what I'm saying is that parliaments are doing what they can and what they should be focusing on in relation to ensuring that the heads of state ideas and decisions are brought into meaningful fruition. Part of that work is really to ensure that there's infrastructure development, that the economies of the various countries and the economy of the world improves for the better, and that the quality of life of people is taken to a different level, and that going forward, the quality of life overall improves.
Wonderful. Chairperson, talk to us in conclusion about what we can expect for how the program will be unfolding today, because we've now reflected on what was discussed on day one of the program. We know that this is the second day, day two of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum session. Talk to us about what we can expect for today's the proceedings of the day.
Today we really expecting 5 commissions to sit and to focus on the various issues. For instance, Commission 1 will be looking at BRICS and Africa partnership, promotion of and acceleration of regional integration to the African continent, free trade area. The chair will be South Africa, and the rapporteur will be Brazil.
Right.
And then Commission 2 will look at BRICS energy production, just transition from coal to hydrogen energy and renewable energy program, which will be chaired by China, and the rapporteur will be Russia. Commission 3 will look at climate change and legislative mobilization in BRICS countries. The chair will be India, and rapporteur will be South Africa. And then Commission 4 will look at BRICS peace and security. Can multilateralism restore peace and security? And the program will be chaired by Brazil, and the rapporteur will be China.
Fantastic. Chairperson, that is where we will have to leave it for now. Of course, we are looking forward to the proceedings of the day and the discussions and what will emanate from those discussions, and we'll probably have an opportunity a little bit later in the day to reflect again on what came out of those discussions. But with that said, we wish you all the best with all the work that is ahead of you for the day ahead.
Thank you very much.
That was the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces in Tate, Amos Masondo, who was just giving us his reflections of yesterday, day one of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, and of course unpacking to us the critical importance of this structure in terms of operationalizing and ensuring that the agreements or the commitments that are being made by the heads of state within the BRICS bloc are actually operationalized into tangible programs of action that can be oversighted by the parliaments of the member state. With that said, do stay tuned. We do have a lot more in store for you in terms of this BRICS program. Do stay with us. Okay, we're done.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Chair. Okay, all right.
Hope it was useful. Okay. Oh yes, before I go.
Okay. Good morning to Good morning to our viewers across our by the heads of state within the BRICS bloc. For you in terms of this BRICS program, do stay with us.
Конечно, мы должны с ними типа поговорить. Ну как мы типа начать разговор?
South Africa, is there anybody in the plenary hall?
South Africa, can you hear us? Can we check your microphone?
So, dear colleagues from South Africa, please, let's check the sound. Tell us if you can hear the Russian side well. So, English channel, dear colleagues from South Africa, please tell us if you can hear well the Russian booth. So we need to check if the sound goes well and if we get the sound from the plenary hall.
Okay, open all the ports then like we did it earlier, ne? T, 1, T, 1, T.
Yes, good.
Testing main chamber, 1, T, 1, T.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
That's the only mic active in the plenary hall?
Just give them a call quickly. We're going to do the last test quickly with them. They must open the video.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Last testing, 1, T. 1, T. Testing platform audio, main chamber, 1, T, T, 1, T.
Yes, thank you, South Africa. We can hear you well.
T, T, 1, T.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you hear the interpreter speaking in the plenary hall?
They can hear us, but we can't hear them. Okay, open it. T, T, 1, T. Okay.
So once again, plenary hall. Can you hear us? Good.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear us?
Thank you. Yes, everything's fine. Thank you.
Okay, just hold on. Just one last test. You just want to test the English channel. 1, T. Just hold on.
Okay.
English, you getting English?
Yes, everything's good.
Yes, okay. Just tell Dimitri, tell them we need the video there as well, please, man. Okay, cool. You do that. T, T. Okay, I'm just going to go to the booths quickly, right? English from the booth. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? English from the booth. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes,
Okay, good. This is from the booth. English channel 1, 2. Okay, thank you.
Moscow, where's your video?
Thank you.
Okay, can we maybe just see the video as well? Can you switch on the video?
Can you turn on your camera there, Moscow? Okay, thanks, Moscow. We can see your video. One, two, 1, 2. Hold your mic. 1, 2. Are you getting us, Moscow? Moscow? Are you getting
Yes,
us?
we can hear you well. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, hey. Testing 1, chi, chi, chi. Hey, hey.
Good morning to our viewers across South Africa. You are watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel. Good morning to our viewers across South Africa. You are watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are, of course, broadcasting live from Kempton Park, Johannesburg this morning, where day 2 of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Summit is taking place. South Africa recently hosted the 15th annual BRICS Leadership Summit under the theme BRICS and Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and inclusive multilateralism. The highlight of the 15th summit was the agreement to admit 6 new member countries, which include Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, the United Emirates, the United Arab Emirates, who will officially join the group in January of 2024. Now, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is an extension of the BRICS executive structure. The BRICS Parliamentary Forum hence brings together the parliaments of the member states in order to further unpack how they can work together through interparliamentary diplomacy to advance the objectives of the BRICS bloc. Some of the highlights emanating from the discussions of yesterday's session was, of course, the importance of multilateralism and diplomacy. There was also consensus of the need to strengthen partnerships in order to address common challenges faced by the nations of the South. Some of the other challenges that were also highlighted were issues of the lack of inclusivity in the multilateral financial system, also issues that relate to inequality and the entrenched biases in the multilateral trade system. Importantly, there was unanimous commitment to prioritize and operationalize the Africa Free Trade Agreement in order to ensure that there is, of course, economic growth and advancement for Africa and, of course, the BRICS bloc as well. To further unpack, I beg your pardon, and to give us further reflections on day 1, the discussions that emanated from the discussions in day 1, I am now joined by the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ndate Amos Masondo, to give us these reflections. Ndate Masondo,
Yes.
welcome to the show, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us.
Morning to you and the viewers.
Wonderful. So yesterday marked day 1 of the 2-day session of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum. Talk to us firstly about the importance of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum in the current conjuncture, where we know that many of the nations of the South are actually organizing themselves better in order to ensure that they're able to advance the objectives of the BRICS bloc.
No, thank you very much. I think many people will be aware that there's disparity and various kinds of acts of excluding the third world or developing world.
Indeed.
From the main economic trajectory and processes in the world. So the contradiction that exists between developed countries and developed countries, first world countries and developing countries, are indeed huge. And there's a sense that we need to balance the situation and really ensure that peoples of the world enjoy better quality of life economically, that they advance socially, and that indeed the globe and the world becomes a better place. So these engagement discussions have been going on for many years.
Indeed.
I think we're at a point now where there's some indication of fresh blow of air, as it were, and new ideas that are coming into the center stage, and this is seen through establishment of a forum such as BRICS, a platform where Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa are grappling and debating these issues, not simply from a point of view of just mere criticism, but of answering the questions such as what are the practical kinds of intervention that can be made? What is it that needs to be done to ensure that changes do happen? Whether at the level of ensuring that the multilateral forums such as the United Nations Organization change for the better and are reformed. Or issues such as can we have banks that can operate somewhat differently and concentrate on the building of infrastructure and economic development, not just in one part of the world, but across the globe, especially in those countries that have felt left out in processes, countries of the South.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Chairperson, you also make reference to obviously some of the discussions. What anchored the discussions yesterday was really around the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement. If we're reflecting on those discussions in the context of advancing the economic growth and equality, if we're talking about equity in terms of accessing the global trade system, talk to us about how Parliament, in particular the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, as part of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, will ensure that it conducts oversight to ensure that the commitments that are made, not only within the BRICS bloc, but of course the discussions and the commitments that are made within the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, that they are properly oversighted and that they are actually effectively implemented.
First, let me say that we have a situation as we speak where the BRICS heads of state have met, and the outcome of the engagement that they had been made public. But further, just to emphasize that we had the BRICS Parliamentary Forum being addressed by the Deputy President of South Africa, Paul Mashakile, who reported about the outcome of the heads of state deliberations, and what we're seeking to do at the Parliamentary Forum is to translate that into workable programs, and these programs can only really come into place if the legislatures or parliament begin to do the work that they're supposed to do to ensure that the executive delivers on these agreements. So what has been happening is really that we've heard this address by the Deputy President, and then we've heard the first day where we're looking broadly at this matter, with the main goal of seeking to ensure that the heads of state decisions are translated into meaningful interventions that may be made by parliaments across the 5 BRICS member states. Not only that, but that also we take on board countries such as Iran, Egypt, and so on, just to make sure that the new member states as well fall into line, and that together we seek to ensure what legislatures and parliament ought to do on a day-to-day basis. And just as a reminder, that parliaments really are about ensuring oversight. Absolutely. And accountability.
Absolutely.
Parliaments are about ensuring that the lawmaking continues to happen in an ongoing way. Parliaments are about representing the interest of the citizen and the interest of the voter. Parliaments are about parliamentary diplomacy, for instance, which is taking those kinds of actions that will ensure that we cement a better relationship amongst parliaments in BRICS, plus those parliaments of those countries that have now been admitted as members of BRICS. So through parliamentary diplomacy, we don't seek to replace the work that is done by, for instance, a governmental department and institutions such as the DERCO, Department of International Cooperation and Relations in South Africa. But what we seek to do is to not take over as such, but to add on and ensure that we add more weight to work that's being done internationally. But also, of course, our main focus is on Parliament and legislatures. So what I'm saying is that parliaments are doing what they can and what they should be focusing on in relation to ensuring that the heads of state ideas and decisions are brought into meaningful fruition. Part of that work is really to ensure that there's infrastructure development, that the economies of the various countries and the economy of the world improves for the better, and that the quality of life of people is taken to a different level, and that going forward, the quality of life overall improves.
Wonderful. Chairperson, talk to us in conclusion about what we can expect for how the program will be unfolding today, because we've now reflected on what was discussed on day one of the program. We know that this is the second day, day two of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum session. Talk to us about what we can expect for today's the proceedings of the day.
Today we really expecting 5 commissions to sit and to focus on the various issues. For instance, Commission 1 will be looking at BRICS and Africa partnership, promotion of and acceleration of regional integration through the African continent, free trade area. The chair will be South Africa, and the rapporteur will be Brazil. Right. And then Commission 2 will look at BRICS energy production, just transition from coal to hydrogen energy and renewable energy program, which will be chaired by China, and the rapporteur will be Russia. Commission 3 will look at climate change and legislative mobilization in BRICS countries. The chair will be India, and rapporteur will be South Africa. And then Commission 4 will look at BRICS peace and security, multilateralism, restore peace and security. And the program will be chaired by Brazil, and the rapporteur will be China.
Fantastic. Chairperson, that is where we'll have to leave it for now. Of course, we are looking forward to the proceedings of the day and the discussions and what will emanate from those discussions, and we'll probably have an opportunity a little bit later in the day to reflect again on what came out of those discussions. But with that said, we wish you all the best with all the work that is ahead of you for the day ahead.
Thank you very much.
That was the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces in Ndate, Amos Masondo, who was just giving us his reflections of yesterday, day one of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, and of course unpacking to us the critical importance of this structure in terms of operationalizing and ensuring that the agreements or the commitments that are being made by the heads of state within the BRICS bloc are actually operationalized into tangible programs of action that can be oversighted by the parliaments of the member state. With that said, do stay tuned. We do have a lot more in store for you in terms of this BRICS program. Do stay with us.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme, Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an Accelerated Implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICSPF23 account and using the hashtag BRICSPF23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
Welcome back. You're still watching Parliament TV. Today we are live from the Empress Palace where the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum is being held. Thank you very much for joining us. I am Dr. Sibulelo Mvulani. In 2023, South Africa proudly assumed the BRICS chairmanship and has had the privilege to take on the responsibility of hosting not only the 15th Heads of State Summit, but also this 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly. This dual role underlines South Africa's dedication to facilitating meaningful interactions, promoting economic prosperity, and advancing strategic partnership that transcends borders. Aligned with the theme of the 15th BRICS Summit, the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly is being held under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnership for Accelerated Implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. Over 250 parliamentary delegates from BRICS member states, which include Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and South Africa, as well as African regional parliaments and new prospective members of the BRICS Plus, are in attendance here at the Emperor's Palace in Kempton Park. Today, the program continues this morning with 4 commissions taking place. Commission 1 will engage in discussions under the theme BRICS and Africa Partnership, Promotion and Acceleration of Regional Integration through the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Commission 2 will tackle BRICS energy production under the theme Just Transition from Coal to Hydrogen Energy and Renewable Energy. Commission 3 will deal with climate change and legislative mobilization in BRICS countries, whilst the 4th Commission will discuss BRICS, peace and security under the theme Can Multilateralism Restore Peace and Security? As we've seen under the main theme that anchors the discussions of this 2-day session is, of course, the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement. During the discussions, as we've reflected, we've heard multiple reflections from Dr. Jantjies, who is, of course, the Director of the Parliamentary Budget Office, who will, of course, be leading discussions, one of the panel discussions for one of the commissions as well. We know that this is such a strategic instrument, and that is the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement, because it really is about collapsing the African borders to ensure that there is, opportunities for the African countries to trade with one another. But in addition to that, the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement is also a very important, a potent instrument, radical instrument of economic transformation, which will enable the African continent to be able to trade with the BRICS countries as well. So in yesterday's discussions, we've heard commitments being made, not only for the existing BRICS bloc countries, the member states and the member parliaments. We've also heard from the additional countries, the ones who will be officially joining the BRICS group in January of 2024. We've heard commitments being made about the importance of partnership, the importance of multilateralism, the importance of ensuring that there is strategic compacting to address issues of common interest, particularly for countries that are within the South, the nations of the South. And we are, of course, talking about South-South relations and the strengthening thereof. And of course, these countries, while they are organizing themselves and coordinating themselves in a much better way to ensure that they can leverage, from the resources that they have and the capabilities that they have, and from the economic potential that they have, broadly speaking, this is an opportunity for them to actually organize themselves better and to make sure that they can construct the much needed power base to be able to radically shift the global economic landscape. And of course, one of the things that have been discussed as well in terms of the issues that are quite important for the nations of the South to work together towards addressing is the issue of the multilateral trade system and how that it still continues to disproportionately affect developing countries. And we are, of course, talking about African countries. We are also talking about the BRICS countries themselves, who, despite, against the odds, have been able to grow their economies. But broadly speaking, generally speaking, we know that the nations of the South do not necessarily have that easy access when it comes to, the multilateral trade system in its current shape and in its current format. So that was one of the topical issues that was being discussed. And of course, it is really about saying, let us highlight the key challenges that hamper economic growth for developing countries, for particularly your nations of the South, and map out, mechanisms and systems that can be put in place in order to ensure that they can overcome these hurdles and also, basically bring about equity, equality when it comes to economic transformation and economic growth. Another important issue that was also discussed was the issue of lack of inclusivity when it comes to the issue of the multilateral trade system, and that is, of course, about issues that relate to, the lending systems and how developing countries are not actually they're not able to borrow money on the same scale in terms of the interest rates and so forth. So access to finances and how that whole process is being managed continues to actually disproportionately impact developing countries, and of course the nations of the South also still bear the brunt. So if we're talking about economic, we're looking at developmentalism, and we know that the issue and the concept of developmentalism, developmental state, South Africa sees itself, identifies as a developmental state. One of the key pillars or considerations for a developmental state is to ensure that it advances economic transformation by using industrialization, number one, and of course by ensuring that it creates a platform for transformation, for economic transformation within that particular country. But of course that also stretches to beyond borders as well, where a country that is a developmental state uses as one of its key pillars economic transformation through industrialization to bring about transformation, to bring about equality for the nation itself. But of course that economic power also translates into political power. That is also, it becomes leverage, it becomes currency that these developing countries can use to be able to then go and engage on a much more equal footing, or on a much more fair basis when it comes to engagements on the political plane. But importantly, the issue of parliamentary diplomacy, when we bring it back now to the role of Parliament, that's also has been one of the key topics for discussion, and the importance of parliamentary diplomacy. And as we've heard earlier from the chairperson of the NCOP, he was basically just saying that the BRICS Parliamentary Forum takes its cue, in a sense, from the discussions that emanates from the BRICS heads of state, and the commitments that were made there. And of course we know that the topic that is being discussed, the theme under which the BRICS PF is currently engaging, is the same topic that the heads of states were using. And of course this is really about ensuring that there is a tangible program of action that can be developed, and that program of action for the legislative sector is really about ensuring that they put in place the appropriate oversight and accountability mechanisms, but of course within the ambit of parliamentary diplomacy, to ensure that whatever commitments are being made on the platform of the heads of state within the main structure, that is led by the heads of state, the BRICS structure, that those commitments can translate obviously into a program of action, with clear indicators that the legislative sector through the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is able to follow up on a continuous basis to ensure their implementation. And at the heart of it, it's not just engagement, international engagement with parliaments from other countries, for friendship. Yes, friendship is important, but at the heart of it, what the chairperson of the NCOP reiterated is that the quality of life of ordinary South Africans, on whose behest they are here, they are the ones who are being prioritized. They are the reason why these things are being done. So with that said, I just want to say that we are now waiting for the plenary to start. The plenary will start shortly, where they will give a broad overview of the commissions of the day. And the commissions of the day include the following. Commission 1, well, as I indicated earlier, the topic for discussion there will be BRICS and Africa partnership, promotion and acceleration of regional integration through the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement. And that, of course, is what anchors the discussions for this commission. Commission 2 will be the topic for discussion there will be BRICS energy production under the theme just transition from coal to hydrogen energy and renewable energy. And of course, we know that the issue of energy is quite a big challenge for South Africa and of course for developing countries as well. Commission 3 will be dealing with the issue of climate change and legislative mobilization in BRICS countries. And of course, we know that climate change, we know we can relate to the issues, the impact of climate change we've seen in the floods, the devastating floods in KZN, in the Eastern Cape, as well as the Northwest, and the impact of that. And of course, the fourth commission will be dealing with BRICS peace and security. And then the theme there is, can multilateralism restore peace and security? Do stay with us. We do have much more in store for you on the BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
To the Deputy President for graciously honoring our invitation to deliver the keynote address to this August gathering. We thank him for inaugurating the meeting and providing a report on the outcomes of the 15th BRICS Heads of State Summit. We also express gratitude to the leadership of BRICS for ensuring that the priorities of 2023, the year of South Africa's chairship, are one, to develop a partnership towards an equitable, just transition, which is critical in the context of the increasing spate of natural disasters which have severe consequences for society. 2, to transform education and skills development for the future. 3, to unlock opportunities through the African Continental Free Trade Area. 4, to strengthen post-pandemic economic recovery. And 5, to strengthen multilateralism. The BRICS agenda for 2023 has paved the way for the BRICS parliaments as the custodian of the interests of the citizens to interrogate these matters further, in particular to determine how multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy can deepen BRICS and African partnership to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which seeks to increase socio-economic development, reduce poverty, and make Africa more competitive in the global economy. Program Director, multilateralism is the cornerstone for BRICS. The BRICS countries have shown greater resolve to pursue multilateralism with the aim of creating a fairer, peaceful, and secure world, consistent with the understanding that multilateralism is key to containing international rivalries. BRICS has expressed its commitment to multilateralism through upholding international law. It has also done so by, amongst other things, recognizing the central role of the United Nations in an international system in which sovereign states cooperate to maintain peace and security, advance sustainable development, ensure the promotion and protection of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms for all. Through parliamentary diplomacy, our parliaments and assemblies will use the BRICS Parliamentary Forum and other means to participate in ongoing dialogue concerning the issues that impact our various countries. In the final analysis, we ought to ensure that the pursuit of the noble goals espoused by our countries is guided by the need to place the people at the center of our efforts. That the will of the people shall be expressed through the organs that are established to protect and advance their interests. With these few words, allow me, Program Director, to sincerely express our appreciation to our keynote speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, for setting the scene and for the sharing of perspectives, expertise, and experiences by the delegates to the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We appreciate his highlighting of key issues.
Good morning to our viewers and welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are coming to you live from Kempton Park in Johannesburg, where the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is taking place. And today, of course, is day 2 of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, where they will be breaking away to into the commissions, where they will be unpacking the topics that I have indicated to you earlier. I do now have the pleasure of being joined by the House Chairperson for Oversight and Committees in the National Council of Provinces, the Honourable Nyambi. Honourable Nyambi, welcome to the platform and thank you very, very much for making the time to be with us this morning.
Morning, my sister. Morning to the viewers at home. Thanks. I'm grateful to be part of your show today.
Fantastic. Honourable Nyambi, we know that you've done quite a lot of work around the flooding in your capacity as the joint, chairperson of that ad hoc committee on flood disaster relief. And of course, we know that the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is taking place at a time when the nations of the South are experiencing actually a lot of vulnerability based on the impact, the severe impact of climate change on these countries and their state of readiness to actually mitigate and deal effectively with the impact of climate change. And in our case, we've had the floods, and that was a clear indication of, that climate change is really upon us. Talk to us about what were your observations around our state of readiness as a country to respond effectively to the impact of climate change, with particular reference, to the floods in KZN and the other provinces.
As a country, we have done fairly well, but of course, out of that ad hoc committee, as we have correctly indicated, went all over the country to all the provinces, the municipalities, people that are the coalface of service delivery. What we realize is that there's serious room for improvement, especially in terms of the coordination of all the spheres of government, the manner in which we have to respond when dealing with a disaster. The other thing that is critical is that the issue of climate change is not an issue that now it can just be made one of the issues. It's an issue that is urgent. We have to prioritize. Absolutely. We have to make sure that everybody in South Africa, all the spheres of government, they are on board. Not only government, but all relevant stakeholders and all people of South Africa Absolutely. Must understand the impact. Especially as you go to one province, you realize that people can just decide to have a structure on a flight line. And that's a challenge. And it's part of what will just make to ask questions that what was the role of the municipality? What was the role of the traditional leadership? What were they thinking when they allow people to have buildings, beautiful buildings in those areas? That is why, as we're speaking now, we might have seen the challenges of Western Cape because of the very same floods we're talking about. Absolutely. And we have seen not so long ago even the worst that has happened in our continent in Libya, where a lot of people died. So the issue of climate change is a real issue that we have to prioritize as a country.
Absolutely. Talk to us about the policy and the legislative instruments. Do we have the appropriate policy and legislative instruments in place, or is it simply, is there a need for us to go back and review existing policies, or is it simply a matter of proper implementation and coordination?
We do have the right policies, but of course the challenge is, as we are indicating, the implementation part. And that's where it's making our role as members of parliament, as members of provincial legislatures, as members of different local council in South Africa, to make the issue of oversight a must issue. Because if we have policies and you are not doing proper oversight to make sure that the implementers are doing right in terms of the policies, then it means we are going to have a serious problem. And once there are some commitments that have been made by executive when it comes to these issues of climate change and the manner in which we are dealing with disaster, and some decide to just disregard, then it becomes a challenge.
Indeed. Now, talk to us about, particularly from the ambit of the NCOP's 3-sphere coordination role, what have you been able to identify through your visits to the affected areas have been some of the major challenges when it comes to coordination?
The best that we've done as NCOP after adopting the first report that came out of the ad hoc committee was to invite all the relevant stakeholders, the minister, Salga representing the local sphere of government, and the ministerial briefing in the NCOP has gone a long way to assist us. And that's where we even make sure that the new district development model it's put into test, and making sure that they understand the magnitude of the challenges facing them. Because what we have picked up is that some of them, they thought they can just short circuit and not do justice to the issue of climate change. It's not an issue that can be postponed for any other. It's now or never, because we realize that losing one life is too many. And of course, we have realized what happened in our country. And out of it, there are some good lessons and clear recommendations with a clear time frame. The critical challenge is to make sure that those recommendations can be attended to. And I'm happy you are even touching the issue of the role of the NCOP, because that's the house where you have all these spheres of government in one room, and that's where you can be able to say, but let's take where we have some pockets of excellence so that we can have them in almost every municipality in South Africa, and that can go a long way to alleviate the challenges we have experienced as a country.
You spoke about informal settlements, or even where very beautiful buildings have been put up in areas that are actually not suitable, that will actually in the end make the people who inhabit those buildings actually vulnerable. So talk to us about what are the kind of long-term, is there any long-term plan that has been put in place? Because we know over and above the areas that have been affected by the floods at the moment, there are still other areas that actually have not, where we have actually not even touched. We haven't even engaged on that level. Is there a long-term plan in place to ensure that there is an intervention with regards to ensuring that where there are buildings or informal settlements that are actually built in areas where they are not supposed to be, that there's a process underway to begin to address that as a mechanism to mitigate, against the impact of and the possibility of flooding in the future?
The long term is to make sure that at all times we do what is right. As we're speaking now, the select committee in the NCOP is dealing with a bill that is trying to address the issue of land. And that land, if that bill, if it's going to be passed, is going to make sure that when land is available, it becomes a simple exercise to take people that are in flood areas to say, but you can't be building here. But if you go to those people and still you don't provide that alternative. So that is why, as an NCOP and as members of the ad hoc committee, and out of that experience, we have realized that if you have got an alternative, it's simple to address the issue. But if you don't have an alternative, the next question that the people will be asking you is that we are saying we must move here. Where must we go? And it becomes a problem.
Absolutely.
So the long-term plan is to make sure that you always provide an alternative so that the people can be assisted. But after doing that, at no stage, bylaws must be implemented without some exception so that we don't allow people to create a problem that can be avoided. And I am of the view that some of the problems, if all hands were on the deck, they were going to be avoided. And for President to do a right thing and declare a national disaster, and for Parliament to respond after President declaring a national disaster, to establish an ad hoc committee of Parliament in the true sense, both members of NCOP and National Assembly in one committee, going all over the country, affected areas, dealing with the people, making sure that there is a report at the end of the day with clear recommendations. Of course, the critical part is still to have a parliament that will be very clear and vigorous in doing oversight when it comes to implementation, so that we can have the lasting solution.
Indeed. There's also another issue that came up, Honorable Nyambi, and this is also from your report, by the way, and that was the findings of the National Planning Commission around the reasons why, what exacerbates, what deepens vulnerability, and that is the poor construction of bridges, of infrastructure. We're talking about buildings, we're talking about road infrastructure and so forth. And obviously there's you would remember we've recently had the planning session in the 3-sphere planning session in the NCOP, where we were dealing with infrastructure, including the provincial week, where we were dealing with issues that relate to infrastructure. So essentially what we're saying is that obviously there have to be systems that must be put in place in order to ensure that we address these issues. But Honorable Nyambi, we will have to leave it there for now because the plenary is about to begin. But we can, of course, continue our conversation a little bit later. There's so much to unpack in terms of the work that you've done, and of course the contribution that you will be making, to this conversation. Okay, but seeing that we can continue. Honorable Nyambi, let us continue with our conversation. So the issue around infrastructure, the quality of infrastructure that we have in place, poor maintenance of infrastructure. And of course, through our findings as well, the NCOP has been able, to put together a huge body of information, and we've got evidence to show also that municipalities and, the relevant spheres do not always do the maintenance when they have to. So talk to us quickly about that, very quickly.
Yeah, we happen to have the provincial week in the NCOP. All of us were in different provinces.
Honorable Nyambi, my apologies. We unfortunately have to cut away because the plenary is about to start. We are now crossing over live to the plenary. We will be able to continue our discussion around climate change, very critical discussion with Honorable Nyambi. We're handing over. Do stay tuned.
Good morning, honorable members.
Bom dia, honrados. Bom dia, honrados membros, distintos convidados. É uma boa manhã para mim, no lugar de todo o Parlamento da África do Sul, na nossa data com as...
And my duty now is to outline those commissions, where they will take place, what will be the format of engagement, and the time for rapporteurs when we come back after the agreed time to give report backs around those. So we have allocated as the program that the commissions will start instantly at 10:30 to 1300 hours. 10:30, 1300 hours. So it's about 2.5 hours.
दो घंटे के बाद
We'll start at 1300 hours.
जो खाने का 1 बजे का शुरू है.
So the format of engagement is that the commissions,
जो engagement का जो commission पे
there will be
commission, तो 4 commission होंगे.
And each of the topics under the
हर एक का topic होगा जो introduce करने का, तो panel करने का.
research experts in those areas and practitioners in the field in which the topic will be prosecuted. So that will then be shaped through debates and perspective that will be shared from the floor in those commissions. So, as we all know what the overall theme of this forum is, at the core of it is about deepening the relationships of BRICS and Africa in the context of our pursuit for the Africa Free Trade Agreement, and also pursuing issues that relate to the topics that we have outlined. So in the context of the first commission, it will take place at Lucretia Room 1. Our team outside will direct the participants in that commission, and the theme under that commission will be BRICS and Africa Partnership, Promotion and Acceleration of the Regional Integration through Africa Free Trade Agreement. The chairpersonship of that Commission 1 is Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. The rapporteur will be the Palace of the National Congress, Federative Republic of Brazil. South Africa chairs, rapporteur, the Palace of the National Congress, Republic of Brazil. So there is about 4 panelists that will be outlining key issues around that. They will be introduced in that commission by the program chair, the commission chair rather. In Commission 2, the venue is Julia Room. Julia Room, again, participants will be outlined where Julia Room is. The theme for that Commission 2 is BRICS energy issues, exploring the just transition from coal to hydrogen energy. That will be the focus for that Commission 2 at Julia Room. Program chair for that commission will be the National People's Congress, People's Republic of China, to chair that commission. The rapporteur, Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. There are about 3 panelists that will pursue the sharing of perspective around that, and that would open up the debate and contributions from the floor. Under Commission 3, it will take place at Fabia Room. Fabia Room, Room 1. The program chair for that commission will be the Parliament of India, and Parliament of the Republic of South Africa will be the rapporteur. The theme for Commission 3 is climate change and legislative mobilization in BRICS countries. Climate change and legislative mobilization in BRICS countries. There are 3 panelists around reflecting on perspectives around that matter in order to nourish the conversation on empirical evidence around those matters. Commission 4 will be at Fabia Room 2. So there's Fabia Room 1. This one will be at Fabia Room 2. The theme for that commission is multilateralism, peace and security. That's the theme for Commission 4, multilateralism, peace and security. The program chair would be Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and the rapporteur would be National People's Congress, People's Republic of China. Again, there's panelists around that area. So that's the outline, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the session that would now start in the next 2 minutes in terms of the timeline until 1 p.m. today. After lunch, which is also allocated for an hour, we will then return back to the plenary for rapporteurs to take the stage and the chairs to outline the outcome of that commission. That's the outline for the session for the day. I hope it is relatively clear in terms of the task at hand. With your permission, may I then request that we take leave of the room to join those commission sessions as outlined. Thank you very much.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme, Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICSPF23 account and using the hashtag BRICSPF23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new way.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
To the Deputy President for graciously honoring our invitation to deliver the keynote address to this August gathering. We thank him for inaugurating the meeting and providing a report on the outcomes of the 15th BRICS Heads of State Summit. We also express gratitude to the leadership of BRICS for ensuring that the priorities of 2023, the year of South Africa's chairship, are one, to develop a partnership towards an equitable, just transition, which is critical in the context of the increasing spate of natural disasters which have severe consequences for society. 2, to transform education and skills development for the future. 3, to unlock opportunities through the African Continental Free Trade Area. 4, to strengthen post-pandemic economic recovery. And 5, to strengthen multilateralism. The BRICS agenda for 2023 has paved the way for the BRICS parliaments as the custodian of the interests of the citizens to interrogate these matters further, in particular to determine how multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy can deepen BRICS and African partnership to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which seeks to increase socio-economic development, reduce poverty, and make Africa more competitive in the global economy. Program Director, multilateralism is the cornerstone for BRICS. The BRICS countries have shown greater resolve to pursue multilateralism with the aim of creating a fairer, peaceful, and secure world, consistent with the understanding that multilateralism is key to containing international rivalries. BRICS has expressed its commitment to multilateralism through upholding international law. It has also done so by, amongst other things, recognizing the central role of the United Nations in an international system in which sovereign states cooperate to maintain peace and security, advance sustainable development, ensure the promotion and protection of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms for all. Through parliamentary diplomacy, our parliaments and assemblies will use the BRICS Parliamentary Forum and other means to participate in ongoing dialogue concerning the issues that impact our various countries. In the final analysis, we ought to ensure that the pursuit of the noble goals espoused by our countries is guided by the need to place the people at the center of our efforts. That the will of the people shall be expressed through the organs that are established to protect and advance their interests. With these few words, allow me, Program Director, to sincerely express our appreciation to our keynote speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, for setting the scene and for the sharing of perspectives, expertise, and experiences by the delegates to the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We appreciate his highlighting of key issues.
Welcome back. You're still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are coming to you live from Kempton Park in Johannesburg, where the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is taking place. And right now, we know that the commissions are actually starting. All of the members, the entire delegates who have been here since yesterday have actually gone to the various meeting rooms where they will go and further unpack the 4 thematic areas that the Secretary just spoke, the Secretary to Parliament just explained and talked us through. I do have the pleasure of the company of the House Chairperson of International Relations, Ntate Ntombela, who is here to talk to us, to just give us his reflections on, the importance of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum and, of course, what we can expect in going forward. Ntate Ntombela, welcome to the platform, and thank you very much for making the time.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. Just by way of starting our conversation, talk to us about the importance of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum. particularly from an oversight and accountability perspective, because we know that the heads of state, the BRICS head of states, have already had their summit where they outlined all of the key issues where they are going to collaborate around. And now the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is taking the process forward. But talk to us about the importance of this particular structure from an oversight perspective, and the role of parliaments in ensuring that they advance the implementation of these priorities that have been set by the heads of state.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me again. Yeah, as you have just said, the BRICS summit has already taken place, and we are here for a forum. It's a method of taking it forward. Decisions have been taken, they have to be carried out. And as Parliament, we are together with other parliamentary members, because we remember that the forum itself, it's a coming together of different parliaments, of different legislatures, to take decisions that need to be taken forward. So that's mainly the purpose. That now that decisions have been taken, how do we take them forward? There are processes that are going to unfold until we come at a stage where we implement the decisions that have been taken. So basically, that's what it is.
Indeed.
Let alone the objectives of the forum as a whole. But the parliamentary forum is the critical structure that takes forward the decisions that will be taken at the summit.
Indeed, and we've seen also there's quite a number of new countries that are coming on, who are also now joining the BRICS bloc itself. And of course, we can see that there's momentum. The momentum of the BRICS bloc is actually expanding and growing. But talk to us about, we know that the South Africa's economy, we're not exactly where we're supposed to be at this point in time. And the Africa Free Trade Area is such an important instrument that is supposed to advance economic transformation across the African continent. Talk to us about the importance of collaboration, particularly amongst African countries, together with the BRICS as well, in terms of just ensuring that we shift the power dynamics, but focusing importantly on collaboration and partnership.
The purpose of the collaboration between ourselves, it's multifold. It could be the regional development itself. It's a way of creating equity, peace and security in the world. That could be the purpose. Yeah? Can you repeat that again? I think I missed something there.
So I think, you make a very important point about regional development, and we already have the SADC, region, where the SADC region also has its own objectives around economic transformation. But you're absolutely correct when you're talking about the importance of partnership and how we as South Africans, and not only as the SADC region, but as the African continent, we need to leverage on opportunities to ensure that we take advantage of all the opportunities that are available to us. So in terms of partnership, I was just saying, sir, that this structure, obviously, it's an opportunity to strengthen partnership. And of course, Parliament has got a role to play in terms of ensuring that it also strengthens partnerships, not only with the countries in Africa, but of course with the countries within the BRICS bloc as well. And I was just asking, what is then, how does Parliament then ensure beyond this point that it strengthens partnership, so that obviously we're able to, be able to see the fruits of collaboration, and that's in terms of, economic transformation within the region and of course across the continent, focusing on partnership.
Yeah, like I'm saying, the partnership that we are talking about is strengthened on certain pillars.
Yes.
It could be the regional development, economic development. It could be issues of security and peace. It could be other issues that helps the development of Africa and the world. Our focus is not necessarily on Africa only, but the world at large. So it could be that. So we are focusing mainly on how can we make Africa and the world a better place to live in.
Indeed.
Yes.
So talk to us in conclusion about what we can expect, because obviously I know that you are chairing the PGIR as well, where many of these reports are tabled, and there's a lot of very high-level strategic discussions that take place in the PGIR with regards to ensuring that the reports are being properly processed in Parliament. Talk to us about what we can expect this report, how will it be processed in Parliament in going forward?
Here we are today.
Yeah.
Deliberations are taking place. We'll be going to the commissions now. We've got four commissions that are going to be dealt with until late in the afternoon. Obviously, we need to evaluate the performance. We need to evaluate the decisions that we have taken, the discussions that have taken place. Are they to the advantage of our interest or our country? What are the weaknesses? So we've got to make an assessment, then subject it to the process of research. We have our researchers who will also go into the work that has been done to see what is it that could be done to put us where we are, where we want to be, and then take it forward to the process of Parliament until we take decisions that need to be implemented. So there will be that process. That process is very important. Basically, we need to, after all what has happened, we need to sit down and say, how did we perform? What were the difficulties? What are the gains? What have we taken? What are the takeaways that we can take to Parliament and all that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Indeed, and you make a very important point around the issue of assessing the decisions, because, for example, if we look at the Africa Free Trade Area agreement, that is not something that is going to happen overnight. And many of these commitments are not necessarily things that will happen overnight, and they require, as you rightfully say, research. They require an assessment of and putting a structured plan in place to ensure that we map the way forward.
We need also to look at the pros and cons of the free trade agreement.
Right.
Look, our main focus as a country is how do we deal with the interests of our people out there, the aspirations of our people out there.
Indeed.
So obviously there will be pros, there will be those that are disadvantageous. We need to take that into consideration. Our market is not so strong compared to the world at large.
True.
So once we allow certain things to happen in our country, obviously the products that we produce might not be to our, So it's very important, as we agree, there are those that are issues that we need to take into consideration. How does it impact on us as a country? So it would not just be a free range to say, okay, no, we agree with all the countries. No, it's a very serious challenge that needs to be dealt with very, very thoroughly. Because at the end of the day, it's not about us; it's about our people out there. What benefits do our people have? So we are not just going to be comfortable with making agreements that could be detrimental to the future of our people or to the aspirations of our people.
Absolutely. Dr. Ntombela, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. You've really just given us a clarity around the way forward in terms of how this report will be processed, and you are absolutely correct. There's various aspects of the agreement itself when it comes to implementation that will require us to really go back to the drawing board to look at how it's going to benefit ordinary South Africans, because these discussions here are not just for the benefit of those who are in attendance, it's for the benefit of the ordinary South Africans on whose behalf obviously you are here as well. So I want to thank you very much for making the time to be with us, and we will look forward to having more discussions with you as time goes on.
Anytime.
Wonderful. That was the House Chairperson for International Relations in the National Assembly, Ntate Ntombela, who was just sharing his perspectives around what the way forward is going to be in terms of processing the report that will come from the agendas that will be drawn up from this 2-day BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly. With that said, we are going to leave you for now, but we will be back at 1 o'clock to unpack even further all of the discussions that took place at the commissions and to give you more information around the radical ideas, obviously, that would have been, put on the table, for consideration for all the countries that are part and parcel of this BRICS Parliamentary Forum. With that said, do stay tuned.
Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен код подключения к конференции, наберите его и нажмите решетку, либо дождитесь подключения с помощью администратора. Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен код подключения к конференции, наберите его и нажмите решетку, либо дождитесь подключения с помощью администратора. Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен код подключения к конференции, Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен код подключения к конференции, наберите его и нажмите решетку, либо дождитесь подключения с помощью администратора. Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен код подключения к конференции, наберите его и нажмите решетку, либо дождитесь подключения с помощью администратора. Добро пожаловать в систему видеоконференц-связи Винтео. Если вам известен
Congratulations to the new partners, our valued partners, the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We trust that you will invigorate this promising intergovernmental organization. From 2015 to date, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum has identified many issues which require continuous discussion, refinement, and programmatic plans of action to better serve the wretched of the earth. And these issues range, amongst others, from the following: the sacrosanct role of the United Nations.
Будем стараться служить нашему народу в соответствии с теми принципами, которыми...
Okay, there was a glitch there. It will be attended to. Our same program director that these issues range from, amongst others, the sacrosanct role of the United Nations in international affairs and the consolidation of the multilateral structures, the reform of the Security Council, and the fairness of the international legal system, the transition to a multipolar world and deepening economic globalization, exploring new trade and investment prospects, the promotion of international peace and security, shared economic growth, cooperation and mutual beneficial interaction amongst the peoples of the world, undergirded by a continuous dialogue among and between the world cultures and civilization for the cross-pollination of knowledge and perspectives for the benefit of humanity.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new way.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
Good afternoon once again to our viewers across the country. You're still with us. If you're still with us, you're of course watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are coming to you live from the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, which is currently being hosted by the South African Parliament under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnership for Accelerated Implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. For more information on the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, please visit the webpage www.brics.bricspf.gov.za and follow BRICSPF23 on all social media platforms. I do now have the pleasure of being joined by Professor Cheryl Hendricks, who is, of course, the Executive Director of the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation. Today, Prof. Hendricks presented a paper on BRICS peace and security on the topic, Can Multilateralism Restore Peace and Security during the breakaway sessions? And now she's here with us to talk to us a little bit more about what she has presented during the breakaway sessions. Prof. Hendricks, welcome to the show, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us.
Pleasure to be here with you.
Fantastic. You spoke in your paper, you make mention of the need for multilateral institutions to manage global peace and security, and the importance of inclusivity and responsiveness to the needs of the global South. Talk to us about the current dynamics when it comes to taking into consideration the needs of the global South within the broader peacekeeping spectrum.
So from the Bandung Conference in 1955, the Global South has been asking for the global governance architecture, peace and security, financial systems, etc., to be transformed. They still haven't been. We still have the same P5 countries who have the veto right within the UN Security Council. The need for multilateralism, we identified long ago. There's no other way to create peace and security collectively for the global world order. But we are raising the issues because we've seen over the last 10 years or so that multilateralism, the cooperation needed for multilateralism, is faltering a bit because of unilateral actions, because the Global South is still not feeling that they've been heard, that their interests have been taken into account, and that they've been included into these organizations. So that is what the call is for. Increased multilateralism. The UN, even though we have BRICS, BRICS is a partnership. It is not about replacing the UN, but it is about informing the United Nations of a new script for peace and security that we need.
So when we're talking about old organizations that have been there for quite a long period of time, that only cater to the needs or the voices of, the developed nations, how does a structure such as the BRICS PF and the BRICS bloc itself become more influential in terms of influencing the shape, the character, and the architecture of these existing organizations?
So in our session, we were indicating that what BRICS has been calling for is essentially the implementation of the principles, the norms that are constitutive of the United Nations, for countries to adhere to that. But we need to go beyond that, right? We need to be asking ourselves, well, why have we not been able to create peace and security, given that we've set up this? Why are we seeing these divergences? And more importantly, we need either a BRICS think tank that focuses on peace and security, or a center or a working group that answers how do we create a new script for peace and security. What must peacekeeping look like now? If global terrorism, counterterrorism is not working, what is it that we need to put in place? We can't just keep saying it's not working, we want something different. We want social justice, equity, etc. globally. How do we begin to get that? That's our historic mission within the BRICS countries, but broader, because we cannot do this by ourselves.
Indeed, but building a power base, I mean, as you rightfully indicate, that even over the years, while some of these issues have been repeatedly punted, the issues around inclusivity and just not being heard, the Global South not being heard within the broader, spectrum where decisions are being made in the UNSC, what other mechanisms are in place to make sure that within a particular time frame that we will begin to see the kind of shifts, a re-engineered kind of spectrum for engagement?
So over the last few years, I think that the members of the UN Security Council and 2 of the BRICS countries are on the P5. They have largely agreed on the need to broaden the number of countries, I like to say broaden the circle of the UN Security Council, both for P5 and for the non-permanent members as well. So there's consensus about that. Who the other members are, or who they should be, that will be debatable, right? So what are the criteria that we're going to be using? Can't we go a step further and asking, do we actually need countries in there with veto power or not? Should we not be questioning some of those things as well?
Absolutely. You also talk about preventative diplomacy in peacekeeping, and that obviously means that you're able to engage in a consistent manner, and you talk about cooperation, collaboration, and so forth. What kind of systems are currently in place to strengthen that aspect of engagement over and above making sure that, there is transformation within the UNSC, broadly speaking? But if we're talking about what we can do, the quick wins now, things that the Global South can do right now, that the BRICS bloc is able to do right now in order to continuously engage, obviously, the countries of the North as well.
You see, one of the key points that BRICS makes is that it wants to strengthen people-to-people collaboration, right? That kind of international cooperation. A BRICS Parliamentary Forum, therein is your role. Your role is an oversight role so that we implement the things that we agree to here. Who is making sure that we are implementing it? BRICS Parliamentary Forum, you should play that role.
Absolutely.
Secondly, have more of the, you see, it can't be just this one. You have to have more engagements.
Absolutely.
And parliamentary members, they represent constituencies. Bring your constituency together. Because in the end, it is heads of state that sign peace agreements, but it is people that ensure the sustainability of those peace agreements. So those are quick wins, just deepening those relationships among ourselves.
Indeed. You also talk about Antonio Guterres' new agenda for peace, and you say that it is actually a good mechanism for a formula, perhaps we can call it, for peacekeeping. Why do you throw your support or your vote behind that this new agenda for peace? As obviously as pointed by Antonio Guterres.
So I say more than that. I say we've been calling for a new peace agenda for a long time. So we are glad to see this new peace agenda. It was just launched recently in July. It calls for many of the things that we have been saying over a number of years. All right, for how we need to be creating a more effective and efficient UN Security Council. We can't disagree with that, but I'm saying that that's not sufficient. Right? And so we need to be rethinking, how do we do peacekeeping differently? How do we do peacemaking differently? We can't keep bringing warring factions to a table, having them sign a peace agreement and expect that the warlords, off by a stroke of the pen, will become democrats. That the conflicts of interest of the people who are now signing don't remain, right? For me, and I've been saying this for a number of years now, anybody who's listened to my talk, we need to get to the fundamental basis of that is causing insecurity in our countries. If we don't deal with those issues, and they are governance issues, they're about the nature of our state, etc. If we don't deal with those issues, we're going to keep doing patchwork.
You also talk about, linked to what you just spoke to now, you talk about the dysfunctionality of peace and security architectures. What kind of mechanisms or what proposals do you have to begin to address those dysfunctionalities? Because you're talking about sustaining engagement, obviously, and that collaboration, and there must be obviously oversight as well, as you spoke to, as you indicated earlier. But talk to us about what can be done, particularly by the BRICS Parliamentary Forum from an oversight perspective, to ensure that these dysfunctionalities that you're talking about within the peace and security architectures are addressed, or at least systematically, that attention is actually being brought to those issues, and that systematically over time they can begin to be addressed.
Okay, there's dysfunctionality in the global peace and security architectures because of a lack of cooperation, right? There's a lack of cooperation because there's a lack of consensus. So we need to start there. We need to build consensus around what the key issues are, how we want to transform our global peace and security architectures, and how we want to create greater peace and security. It's not simply about sending military forces out there. Absolutely. It is about dealing with the governance issues, with the economic issues, etc. The BRICS countries, we all know what the issues are. So let us begin to craft the broad outline of the script, take the script to the UN Security Council, have other members also input into that. And that is how we're going to shift the agenda, much the same way we did in the 90s. How did we get to this agenda in the first place? In that same way, when things were not working for us, we came together, we said, this is the way forward. We're at that moment in time now for us to collectively put our heads together to reshape this agenda.
Indeed. Professor Hendricks, thank you very much for the perspectives that you've shared. And of course, I believe that what you've shared will obviously be able to assist the BRICS Parliamentary Forum to shape, a program of action that will impact how we do things in going forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
That was, of course, Professor Cheryl Hendricks, and she is the Executive Director at the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation, sharing her views around peace and security and stability, and particularly as it concerns the Global South. We will pause for a moment. We will continue with our conversations, our analytical conversations, to better understand what has come out of the commissions. Do stay with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new way.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you are still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. I am now joined by Mr. Krish Chetty. He is the research manager at the Equitable Education and Economies Division of the Human Sciences Research Council. He holds a master's qualification, and today he presented a paper on socioeconomic and political dynamics confronting BRICS and climate change under the sub-theme Legislative Considerations for Parliament. Welcome, Mr. Chetty, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us.
Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. You talk in your paper, firstly, about the need to shift, to accelerate the transition from where we are right now to renewable energies. What are the challenges that the BRICS countries in particular are facing when it comes to that transition?
Well, when we talk about the transition, so if you think about South Africa, you think about China, you think about India, we're very largely dependent on coal. And coal has various challenges. It's producing all of the carbon emissions that we have now. It's how do we transition away from this space where we're dependent on coal, where we're dependent on these fossil fuels, to then find a path to get us towards renewable energy. So the issue is with our dependencies that we've built industries around it, we've built jobs around the whole coal sector. So it's now, as we navigate what this transition is, it will be, we need to think about how do we transition in a just way. And there were discussions in my session today which focused just on what that just transition actually involves.
Right. So when you're talking about, are you able to outline in more detail, if we're talking about complexities, what will it take South Africa if we're bringing it closer to home? Because we know that we've got a lot of challenges when it comes to, energy, electricity production, and so forth. Mm-hmm. What is it going to take for South Africa in particular to be able to make this transition in an easier way?
Yes. So we have the integrated resource plan, and it sets out targets for us reaching towards 2030. That plan was identified in 2019, and so we've got an understanding of what our contribution for solar needs to be, what our contribution for wind needs to be, what that energy mix needs to be. And so we've set a path. It's just the question, the problem is that we're very quickly getting towards 2030, and we're soon to reach those targets, but we need to then see progress in terms of how we expand renewable energy adoption. And
what about the capacity to, if we're talking about alternative sources of energy, renewable energy, do we have the capacity for that? Are we building, have we done any kind of research assessment to make sure that we actually do have the capacity for that?
Well, in terms of resources, natural resources, we're very well resourced. So we have abundant solar and wind resources that we can take advantage of. The challenge in our country is that the locations where you find the solar and where you find the wind is not necessarily where you find the coal mine. Mm. And so the worker that's in the coal mine right now, we need to think about what do we do when we start to downscale coal and upscale the renewable. And it's what sort of transitions do need to happen in communities. One of the examples that I've seen in my research, but I didn't speak about today, is actually in the biomass sector. There's been fantastic achievements in India where you're able to locate biomass facilities in communities. So if this is a community that's got a history of working in the coal industry, there's these opportunities where you could roll out a biomass facility where you can then start to generate power closer to communities. We need to have that community mindset, in my opinion, when we start rolling out these new
in comparison to other countries, the other BRICS countries, how is South Africa doing in comparison to the other BRICS countries when it comes to this transition?
So we're there. We're involved. We're making that transition. You have your renewable energy independent power procurement program, and that's expanding, and we've got bigger targets for the new bidding window that's come out. So we are growing. We have a very interesting scenario. If you look at China, China is, on one hand, it's the world's leading producer of coal, consumer of coal, but it's also the leading consumer of renewable power. And so we have this weird dependencies there which are built into the system. So we're transitioning away. Comparatively, we are making progress, but it's sessions like these where we do want to learn from our peers in the BRICS to figure out what is working. My presentation today was to share some of the insights that I've learned from India, learned from China, about how we try and navigate this path.
Indeed. So in going forward, how often do you, because I know that you're also serving on another platform, BRICS, is it the think tank for the BRICS?
I work with the South African BRICS think tank. Yes.
Right, and dealing with a specific issue.
Multiple issues, mostly social justice.
I see. So now in going forward in terms of accelerating, and you're talking about the deadline, the 2030 deadline, and where we are right now, and of course we are not moving at the pace at which we are supposed to be moving. What is it that needs to be done to make sure that there is this acceleration, given the urgency of the situation that we're finding ourselves in at the moment?
So there's a few things that I outlined in my presentation today. One was about capacitating municipalities. We have the opportunity for the municipalities to also drive renewable energy adoption, but there's this hesitancy which is at that level. So it's almost a stream that's been untapped so far.
Right.
Because there are complexities in understanding what's involved in procurement, in understanding the technologies, ensuring that your staff actually have those capacities to to follow that path. There's been that hesitancy, and so that's one avenue that we could explore. The other issue that we need to really concentrate on is policy consistency. And when you're in a BRICS space, it adds additional complexity to that. So you have the BRICS sphere, where all our countries come together and we talk about what's our consistent approach to dealing with issues of climate change. Then we have national policies, we have our IRP, then we have our provinces, we have our municipalities. So there's these different levels of complexity, different interests at each level, and we need to have those being aligned. The issue that we're facing, particularly at the municipal level, is that City of Cape Town might be saying one thing, Nelson Mandela Metro might be saying another, and the frameworks that we're applying to go out and go through the procurement processes is different from what's actually being said at the national level. So we need to figure out how do we speak with the common voice so that there's a similar framework that we all adopt. Maybe there's slight changes here and there, but we need to have that framework to say, this is where you go to find information, this is the steps that we follow, and then we follow a similar path towards that.
And then just in terms of creating that, the mapping process, do you also play a role within the BRICS think tank to put proposals forward? Because obviously Parliament does oversight, but it can only do oversight on the basis of what is before it. If there's a legislative instrument in place, if there's a policy in place or a program that can be monitored. So in the absence of that, it means that it makes it very difficult. And you speak about the disjunctures as well across the various levels. And if there's no consistency or a structured way of bringing those various components together, then it makes it very difficult, to actually move at the same pace and in concert. So talk to us about how are there any ideas to put such a plan, such a mapping in place, and how does the BRICS PF and obviously Parliament, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, can have access to something of that nature, or program or mapping of that nature to assist with the oversight process?
Well, there was a very interesting proposal which was put forward by my co-panelist in my session today, Dr. Rodney Managa. And he said we need to be thinking about establishing a BRICS Parliamentary Technical Committee.
Right.
So such a forum would allow all our representatives from each of our parliaments. I mean, BRICS is now growing to 11 countries, so it's a huge sphere. We've got national, provincial level parliaments that are coming to meet here across the BRICS countries. So we need some committee to be able to organize ourselves so that we can figure out what are these best practices. So you have that happening in the parliamentary sphere. Then in the academic space, you have, like I work with the South African BRICS think tank. We contribute to the BRICS think tank forum, and so that's a higher level which brings together all of these think tanks. And so these institutions are then the ones that are going and doing this deep research into what are the mechanisms for us to make this transition to renewables, what are the best practices we need to be following. But we need the parliamentary space and academic space to be talking to one another. So in one of my closing recommendations today was I said, let's open up that space. Let the social science councils get the opportunity to engage with Parliament so that we're not going down different roads. If research is actually investigating these issues, let's give them a space to air their ideas, their findings, and then perhaps this can find its way into policy. We need to streamline those connections between policy and research so that we are on the same page.
So when we're talking about the way forward, seeing that these are the thematic areas that we dealt with at this year's BRICS PF, at this 9th assembly. What then happens in going forward in ensuring that the issues that we dealt with here during this current year, they don't fall through the cracks, because we know that there will be a different theme for the 10th assembly. Talk to us about how we can ensure that there is consistency in going forward, so that these very, very important issues that have been discussed, and of course the very, very high level recommendations that are being made, such as this think tank that you're talking about, and this technical teams, and bringing the research and the academia and the political space together. Talk to us what can be about what can be done to ensure that these issues don't fall through the cracks in going forward, as you conclude.
Sure. Well, I'm new to the parliamentary forum, so this is my first time engaging in a parliamentary space, and I welcome the invite that I received to be here. I've been working with the academic forum, and we call that the academic track. And the process that's usually followed is that the South African BRICS think tank would engage with researchers across the country. They'll look at what the policy priorities are for that year, and we start beforehand, we start developing papers that are focused on these issues. That then gets presented at what we call the BRICS Academic Forum, and a similar forum like this where all the countries come together, and we share those findings that we have prepared. And then that then gets carried forward by what we call the BRICS Sous-Sherpa or the Sherpa. So it's the ambassadors that then play a strong role in aggregating all that information together, and then that gets passed on through the ambassador, through the ministry, to the BRICS heads of state. And then each year they start engaging with these, and then you find these ideas start getting captured in the BRICS heads of state declarations. But now you need to see the reverse coming through, so that if it's going all the way up to the top, it's now how does it channel its way back down to national, provincial, municipal levels. And so I'm hoping a forum like this is now institutionalizing that framework. Here we are after the summit, and so we now need to try and action what those positions were that were adopted in the summit.
Absolutely, and of course the role that Parliament plays is oversight and accountability. Absolutely. And there is a need to put together, clearly articulate what those indicators are, the timeframes as well for implementation, so that there is a process that can be put in place by Parliament to meticulously track progress, if progress is being made. But with that said, Mr. Chetty, I want to thank you sincerely for making the time to share your perspectives, and I know it's going to assist in shaping how Parliament does its oversight with this knowledge base that you have shared with us. Thank you for making the time. That was Mr. Chris Chetty sharing his perspectives around the paper that he's presented during one of the commissions that is dealing with the just transition, our energy-related challenges, and he's given quite a number of very progressive proposals around what the BRICS countries can do. But of course, South Africa also benefits from the intelligence and the knowledge base that is coming through from academia. With that said, please do stay tuned. We do have more perspectives that we will be unpacking after this.
Okay, let me start with the role of Parliament. You know that our role in the main is to develop legislation, it is to exercise oversight, but also to ensure that there is public participation in everything which legislatures do. One of the things we do, and we have an obligation to do as members of Parliament, is to scrutinize the decisions taken by heads of state and follow up to see whether in fact these decisions which they take year in, year out are in fact implemented, and whether the decisions are in fact in the interests of the people of the countries they represent. Yes, there is a task force which was appointed in March last year, 2022, and I am part of that task force. Now, the task force has had, you may not, yes, hear reports about the work of the task force, precisely because of the sensitivity of the issues which we have been dealing with. Firstly, we've had to sit several meetings to strategize on what it is that we want to communicate to the members of Parliament. Remember, ours is to deal in the main with members of the two parliaments. We believe that if we are to narrow the gap between the two parliaments and assist the members of Parliament to get to a point where they are able to influence their governments, I think we shall have succeeded. Decisions of going to war will always be taken by governments, heads of state in particular. They will deploy the soldiers. However, they equally have an obligation to report to their legislatures, to the members of Parliament, about one, the expenditure, two, the forces on the ground, in other words, the boots, the numbers in terms of boots on the ground in those countries. But also they have an obligation to report whether in fact they are making efforts to find a resolution of that conflict. So our task as this team has been to engage with the two groups, the Ukrainian parliament and the Russian. And I must say we've done that. I can safely say we are at, who are the people who are helping, the 14th meeting, the last one, which was the 14th. We meet on a regular basis. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks' time before we go to the IPU in Angola. Of course, most of the meetings are on a virtual platform. But what you will find interesting is this, that this task force has been to Ukraine. This task force has been to Russia. We spent 2 days in Ukraine, we spent 2 days in Russia, and we spent a day in Poland. Why Poland? Because when you are on your way to Ukraine, there is no way, the only way to get there will be to go via Poland. So it was important for us to get an understanding from the Polish members of parliament as to what their perspective is of what is happening and what they suggest we should do. I can assure you that all members of parliament who are part of the IPU, the interest is to make sure that the two parliaments talk. Because we believe once they talk,
to the Deputy President for graciously honoring our invitation to deliver the keynote address to this August gathering. We thank him for inaugurating the meeting and providing a report on the outcomes of the 15th BRICS Heads of State Summit. We also express gratitude to the leadership of BRICS for ensuring that the priorities of 2023, the year of South Africa's chairship, are one, to develop a partnership towards an equitable, just transition, which is critical in the context of the increasing spate of natural disasters which have severe consequences for society. 2, to transform education and skills development for the future. 3, to unlock opportunities through the African Continental Free Trade Area. 4, to strengthen post-pandemic economic recovery. And 5, to strengthen multilateralism. The BRICS agenda for 2023 has paved the way for the BRICS parliaments as the custodian of the interests of the citizens to interrogate these matters further, in particular to determine how multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy can deepen BRICS and African partnership to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which seeks to increase socio-economic development, reduce poverty, and make Africa more competitive in the global economy. Program Director, multilateralism is the cornerstone for BRICS. The BRICS countries have shown greater resolve to pursue multilateralism with the aim of creating a fairer, peaceful, and secure world, consistent with the understanding that multilateralism is key to containing international rivalries. BRICS has expressed its commitment to multilateralism through upholding international law. It has also done so by, amongst other things, recognizing the central role of the United Nations in an international system in which sovereign states cooperate to maintain peace and security, advance sustainable development, ensure the promotion and protection of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms for all. Through parliamentary diplomacy, our parliaments and assemblies will use the BRICS Parliamentary Forum and other means to participate in ongoing dialogue concerning the issues that impact our various countries. In the final analysis, we ought to ensure that the pursuit of the noble goals espoused by our countries is guided by the need to place the people at the center of our efforts. That the will of the people shall be expressed through the organs that are established to protect and advance their interests. With these few words, allow me, Program Director, to sincerely express our appreciation to our keynote speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, for setting the scene and for the sharing of perspectives, expertise, and experiences by the delegates to the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We appreciate his highlighting of key issues.
Congratulations to the new partners, our valued partners, the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We trust that you will invigorate this promising intergovernmental organization. From 2015 to date, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum has identified many issues which require continuous discussion, refinement, and programmatic plans of action to better serve the wretched of the earth. And these issues range, amongst others, from the following: the sacrosanct role of the United Nations
Будем стараться служить нашему народу в соответствии с теми принципами, которыми...
Okay, there was a glitch there. It will be attended to. Our same program director that these issues range from, amongst others, the sacrosanct role of the United Nations in international affairs and the consolidation of the multilateral structures, the reform of the Security Council, and the fairness of the international legal system, the transition to a multipolar world and deepening economic globalization, exploring new trade and investment prospects, the promotion of international peace and security, shared economic growth, cooperation and mutual beneficial interaction amongst the peoples of the world, undergirded by a continuous dialogue among and between the world cultures and civilization for the cross-pollination of knowledge and perspectives for the benefit of humanity.
Welcome back. You are still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. I do now have the pleasure of being joined by the Honorable Suprama Humapelo, who is part of the South African delegation attending the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. Ntate Humapelo, thank you so much for making the time. And
good afternoon.
Welcome to the platform.
Yes, good afternoon.
Fantastic. Talk to us firstly about the importance of South-South relations within the current conjuncture. We know that there's a lot of shifts that are taking place right now, and we know that the nations of the South are trying to organize themselves in a better way to make sure that they're able to articulate their common interests on the global platform. So talk to us about that firstly.
The South-to-South relations are very important, but they are not exclusive. they themselves accept the situation that we work within a global sort of a village, particularly economically and based on the geopolitics. So whilst we are south to south, sort of a block, but at the same time, we have to make sure that we've got some relations with the north. So you can't be exclusive.
Absolutely.
And say you can build some kind of a so-called Berlin Wall between the north and the south. Economics doesn't work that way. Politics doesn't work that
Absolutely.
way. But we need that strength of the south so that you are not bulldozed by the north. As you know that the dominant economies globally are in the north, and if you are weaker in terms of your stance, your perspective, politically, economically, and so on, they can push you to the periphery. Now, in the context of the now BRICS strengthening south to south, I think BRICS will be a very important economic catalyst going forward to strengthen what the South is about, what the South wants to achieve, and how the South relates with the North. It will not be easy going forward to just brush aside countries within the South, because BRICS is quite a strong bloc. I mean, just population-wise, if you just combine India, China, and if you take the entire Africa, I mean, you are talking more than 3 billion in terms of population. So the critical mass in terms of numbers for production, industrialization, for consumption, and so on, it's quite a huge market.
Indeed.
So the North cannot afford not to have a relationship with the South, which has got BRICS in it.
Right. So when you're talking about those disjunctures and the inequalities that still exist between the North and the South, particularly within the context of the stronger economies, how does the South nations, the global South, ensure that as they reorganize themselves and ensure that they are better prepared for discussions that impact them at a common scale, how do they make sure that they become more influential on those platforms? Because, of course, we cannot deny the fact that the stronger economies inadvertently, their politics, the economy makes them stronger. Inadvertently, the political decisions that they are making will actually make them stronger as well.
Yes.
So how do you balance that?
It's not about the North preparing themselves. It's actually about the South making sure that they are placed such that, in terms of strength, both qualitatively and quantitatively,
right,
they are placed such that the North cannot ignore them as a factor. I'll give you one variable. The minerals of the world basically come from the South.
Absolutely.
And those minerals of the South are embedded within the BRICS communities. So it's about how we in the South, we can use BRICS as a strategic weapon to try and make sure that we get mileage economically, politically. Politically will also include issues of security. Because if you bring together, for instance, the BRICS countries in terms of security, it's quite a strong bloc. And if you take the entire African continent with BRICS, there's no way the North can behave such that they can run their affairs without making sure that the factor of the South is always there. So it's for the South, also within the BRICS, to make sure that we organize ourselves. We must always be 10 steps ahead of what the North is thinking about. I mean, just from the Commission now, I made a proposal that one of the things we really have to look at when we look at the movement of goods within the African continent, we've got ports and harbors which are over 100, but only less than 10 are operational and running efficiently. So one of the things we have to do is to say to the BRICS countries, because we are part of the South, how do we make sure that as part of the strategy to move around goods to influence economies of scale in the world, we need to get the harbors right. We must make sure that within the African continent, for instance, we get the rail infrastructure right. We must make sure that we get the ICT in terms of technology, the fiber industry in the African continent. We get it right because China, Russia, and India are a bit ahead of us in the African continent. So we must make sure that in as far as infrastructure development is concerned, we push it so hard that it becomes some kind of an equalizer amongst the BRICS nations.
Indeed. You make reference to obviously trade. These are issues that relate to trade, and there is obviously, it's common knowledge that the current global trade system is still disproportionately impacting in the South. What kind of proposals are being made from the BRICS platform and, of course, from the BRICS PF as well, the Parliamentary Forum, to ensure that we begin to meaningfully address issues around the global trade architecture and the way the system functions at the moment? What needs to be done?
The movement of people is very important. If we are not going to make sure that, for instance, the visa regimes in the African continent and among the BRICS countries, we don't deal with that problem. So that's the first one, the visa regime. Secondly, we have to make sure that the goods and services in the African continent and among the BRICS nations, we sort out that particular problem. Thirdly, there's the issue of the currency. Everything is pegged on the dollar currently, right? Now, the proposal that is coming up, and I think it's a very good proposal, is that you don't have to say you are fighting the dollar. What we have to do is to strengthen your own currencies and trade among yourselves.
Are we talking about a common currency, or are we talking about the respective currencies?
No, respective currencies of different countries within the BRICS nations.
Right.
So that when we between ourselves and Brazil, for instance, we trade, it must be between ourselves and Brazil only, and not bring in the dollar. The same with India, with Russia, with China, and so on. And if the African continent can do the same, it will then strengthen the currencies of the BRICS countries, including Africa, which then means that perceptually, those who invest globally will be seeing the growth and the strength of our own individual currencies, but acting collectively. And that will move away some of the strength that the dollar has without necessarily fighting against the dollar. Commodities will be moving among ourselves in the BRICS nation, in the African continent. The other proposal that is coming up and is urgent is that we need to beneficiate the minerals. Now, when you do beneficiation of minerals, you can't beneficiate without industries.
Absolutely.
It means Africa has to industrialize. South Africa has to industrialize. Because if you don't, then you can't beneficiate. What it means for the African continent is that we must, with China, with Russia, with India, and Brazil, look at the extent to which they are ahead of us in terms of industrialization, which is aimed at beneficiating the minerals. And say, without necessarily bringing the West into play, how do we make sure that your capacity to industrialize as China, as Russia, is brought here?
Yes.
Then we do it domestically. When you do that, you are able to then raise the level of jobs, because when you industrialize, people get jobs.
Absolutely.
When you industrialize, it means your finished products get to be circulated in the market. Thirdly, it means the circulation among yourselves of the products that you produce. But fourthly, you are forced by industrialization to develop the skills that are relevant to the type of industrialization that you want to do. It means then you must do skills sharing. Remember the skills importation?
Yes.
And I argue for skills sharing, so that when we are the BRICS nations, let's share skills among ourselves, including the African, instead of doing skills importation into the African continent, so that we become some kind of equal players in the equation of the economy. Linked to that, there's no way you can do industrialization without involving institutions of learning, your colleges and your universities.
Absolutely.
That brings into the picture the issue of curricula.
Absolutely.
Yes. We will then have to attend to we don't have the same curriculum as the BRICS nations. It's worse in Africa. It means gradually we will have to say, for instance, what are the top priority skills, 15 or 20 priority skills that we need, and how do you produce those skills through your colleges, through your universities? You have to attend to the curriculum. But also, in addition, you can't attend to the curriculum if you don't have the teachers, the lecturers, who are going to make sure that they teach our young people about this particular curriculum. Which means that whilst you change the skills of the existing human capital in the education sector, you have to make sure also that future generations, so the bursaries then become very critical.
Very important.
Future generations, you have to fund them now so that they can change the future now from an education perspective. That is how, as Africa, as the BRICS nations, with those skills that are almost similar, we will be able to then stand on our own. Not fighting anybody, but just standing on our own and become a global force in the geopolitics. So that when the North says we need people who master the art of the skill in innovation, for instance, on communication, you must find them in the African continent.
Indeed. Very well articulated. These are very, very important articulations that you're making with regards to how we move forward as a country. And we've spoken about the disjunction many times in our country between what we need in the marketplace, what our economy, the skills required for our economy to thrive, and obviously, the fact that we don't have the capacity so far. And of course, this is it's an excellent platform. If you're talking about skill sharing, that's exactly what South Africa needs. That's what Africa needs. It's not to bring people to come and do things for us. It's for us to share, build on the capabilities that we have as a collective so that we can thrive. Yeah. So, and I want to end it there for now. I want to thank you sincerely, Ntate Mahumapelo. Thank you for making the time to be with us.
I just wanted to make the last small point.
Sure, go ahead.
From the cultural point of view, it's important to say, how do we make sure that our different cultures, as Africa, as the BRICS nations, enhance one another? Because if we are not careful, the issue of culture can actually be used negatively to reverse all other gains that we are making, because there's tension against that culture and that culture. Absolutely. So you need a bit of cultural harmonization. So you need some common factor that can act as a magnet among the different cultures. So as part of curriculum again, that's how I think we'll overcome that problem, and more interaction among people. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing those perspectives. Much appreciated. That was Ndate Supra Mahumapelo, who's of course part of the South African delegation. He's a member of Parliament, sharing his perspectives about how South Africa, and of course within the context of the BRICS bloc, can also benefit but also contribute towards ensuring that, this BRICS bloc becomes even stronger, but of course also use this platform to benefit, to take this, the South African transformation agenda forward. With that said, what we can expect now is that there is going to be more reflections in plenary after this. The reports are going to be shared during plenary, and the recommendations we will also receive. And this is, of course, emanating from the discussions that were taking place across the 4 commissions, as indicated to you earlier. With that said, do stay tuned.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent. where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new way.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme, Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICSPF23 account and using the hashtag BRICSPF23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
As now is Dr. Zukiswa Roboji, who is a lecturer at the Walter Sisulu University. Today she presented a paper at the Commission on BRICS Energy Production under the sub-theme Just Transition from Coal to Hydrogen Energy and Renewable Energy. Her paper is titled Prospects of Effective Social Protection in South Africa Amidst the Just Transition in the Context of the BRICS Bloc. She is now here to talk to us more about that. Dr. Roboji, I just want to take this opportunity to say welcome and thank you for making the time.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Talk to us broadly about the key points of the paper that you presented today.
Okay. First, let me acknowledge my colleagues from University of Botswana, Dr. Stanley Ehene, and also Dr. Chris Sahoa, because this is a collaborative project.
Right.
Yes. You know what? When we are transitioning, you know, our view as we are transitioning, moving, you know, from the coal, you know, to ensuring that we also produce hydrogen as part and parcel, you know, of cleaning our country and with also the entire Africa as a whole.
Right.
The question that we had, it was a question of the social protection. Social protection in terms of what about the job losses?
Very important.
What about the unemployment? And these are the existing problems before even we transition. As we're moving, like, you know, for cleaner pastures, as countries, then we already in South Africa had, you know, the high rate of unemployment. And the mines are shutting down. And even those that are existing, there is a lot of, I would say, retrenchments. Then the question is whether this transition is not going also to create another discrimination amongst our communities. Are we there as the forefront to create more job opportunities? But do we have the skills for this transition? Do we have the new set of skills that this transition required? We grappled with those questions because we want to understand from the BRICS countries. We understand that we are not equal as BRICS countries. Others, are far richer than the others. And now, if we are saying that we are going to be equal partners, what are the terms and conditions? Because we need to understand that, so that even if we are saying that we are going to learn from each other, but we must understand who is financing this transition amongst us.
So what are some of the proposals that are being made? And you are quite correct. South Africa's got very high levels of unemployment, particularly impacting the youth and women.
Yes.
And if this transition is not managed correctly, it may very well cause more vulnerability in terms of job losses. And if there is no skills base to fill the gap, to make sure that as we transition, you're building up the skills base that is required, so that those who are functioning in that environment are now able to function in this, this new platform. But talk to us about the proposals that are being made. If we're talking about a just transition, and this just transition must also take into consideration the needs of developing countries, and a developing country such as South Africa, which is still grappling with high levels of unemployment and so forth. What are some of the proposals that have been put forth to, alleviate or, cushion us as we make this transition, and to make it a just one at that?
Okay. The issue of social dialogues. Because you know what, all of this is affecting the local people.
Absolutely.
And if we want, this paradigm, to work for all of us, it means then we must go back to our people. It means then we must localize BRICS. We must localize, the transition, so that we can have an in-depth understanding of what are these challenges. Because if we don't do our own assessments in our little corners, how are we going to know that amongst us, there are, like when you are looking at the level, the power, the financing issues, the skills issues. How are we going to, to use such, available resources if we don't have our own, if we don't do our own assessment? So it is very important to go back to the people, to make them understand about this. Because those
so they know what this is about and what to expect.
Yes, because those social dialogues will also come up, with more knowledge and also with more solutions. And the solutions that people, what, if I can tell you, people are the experts of their own experiences. And even the solutions that they are coming with, it will be the solutions that will also, improve their livelihood as we speak. And another issue, the issue of blended investment. We've got the SMMEs in the case of South Africa. And the SMMEs at times of which I would say in some, corners they are failing. Not because they don't have a capacity, but they need more strength, from those who are leveraged in terms of, in terms of powers. So I would say that the localization, of the transition and also the BRICS, so improve and make, the SMMEs to have a sense of ownership, Because if we're saying that BRICS is here to create more synergies in terms of businesses and also in terms of jobs, then if that is the case, for who? It means for us. Do they know what are we looking for? You know? Do they know what is already there? So it means then the localization of this, I would say paradigm, it's very important because the people must have a sense of ownership. And how do you make sure, or how can you own and also, monitor something that you were never a plan, being part of planning? So it is very important to understand that people, they need to have a sense of ownership in this. Because the investments that we are talking about, we've got so many businesses. We've got so many, businesses that can also improve if the BRICS countries, they come together and also have some way of improving the livelihood through the localization of this period.
Indeed. So you talk about assessment, that there's a need to do some kind of assessment as well on the ground.
Yes.
Quite critical. We need to know also who are the people. I mean, there must be some kind of research in place to know, so that we know how many people are going to be affected, especially from an employment perspective, and of course from an employment creation perspective as well.
Yes.
But what I'm interested in knowing, as we conclude very briefly, talk to us about what is the way forward from this point forward. And I want to also say that we know that there's this 2030 deadline that has been looming, and it's almost like it must happen by 2030. But at the same time, if we have not put our ducks in a row, if we have not done this critical assessment and put systems in place to make sure that our people are protected, as we transition, then we are rushing to get it done, but we have not actually gotten all our ducks in a row to make sure that there is that protection for our people involved. So what's the way forward, very briefly, as you conclude?
Okay, let us talk about the policy development. Because I think after we have done our assessment, it will be important to relook at our policies. Because those policies are the one that will give us a blueprint on where are we going, on how are we going to implement. And also the voice of private sector. It's missing in these agreements. And then at the end, we are expecting they are our hopes. Because the government keeps on saying that the private sectors will do that. You know what? They are the hopes. But where are they now?
Indeed.
So we need more of inclusion and a fair one in terms of these dialogues so that we can understand each other.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Dr. Khoboji, for sharing your perspectives. That has really enlightened us. And I do sincerely believe that this is also going to shape, in going forward, how the BRICS PF continues to roll out or, improve how it oversights the commitments that have been made. And thank you for making the time.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Wonderful. That was Dr. Zukiswa Khoboji. She is from the University of Walter Sisulu, and she has just shared her perspectives around the just transition and making sure that the poor, particularly those who are within those sectors that must be phased out as we transition from coal to this renewable energy, that the livelihoods of those people must not be threatened by this transition. Sharing her perspectives around what kind of systems can be put in place. She talks about the assessments that must be done and the policy instruments that must be developed to ensure that this transition is indeed just. For now, we will be transitioning, we will be crossing over rather to the plenary, where we will be receiving reports from all the various commissions and all the ideas and from the robust discussions that took place throughout the course of the morning. With that said, please do stay tuned.
Audio check 1, T1, T.
Коллеги, вы нас слышите? Прием.
Добрый день. Мы вас слышим хорошо. Как слышите вы нас? 121, 122, 123, 124. Как слышите нас? 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132.
Вы нас слышите? Марина, вы нас слышите? Раз, два, три. Скажите в микрофон, слышите нас или нет? Коллеги, скажите что-нибудь в микрофон, вас не слышно.
Добрый день. Как слышно, видно?
Слышно хорошо, картинки нет.
Картинка зал сейчас готовится, будет подключаться.
Окей.
2, English channel 1, 2. English channel 1, 2. Okay, but Dimitri must need to, okay, just get hold of your guys, awesome. They're getting it. Okay, cool. Testing 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Testing English channel, channel 2, 1, 2. You happy? Yeah. Cool, I'm good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are advised to give a minute to some of the people.
Fomos aconselhados a dar mais um minuto a todas as comissões, que é para prepararem os debates que tiveram. E vamos começar logo que possível. Não devíamos demorar com os resultados das comissões. E os procedimentos seguintes. Não devíamos esperar muito tempo. Vamos comunicar com eles para fazer uns arranjos, que é para voltarem e podermos continuar com os relatórios finais.
to start because I think
Vamos começar, creio que vamos começar com as pessoas que estão prontas e aqueles que devem fazer arranjos poderão fazê-los. Creio que o Brasil está pronto, então, por favor, apresente o seu relatório. Comissão número 1.
Rapporteurs, come give me company. There's a good sitting space here. All 4 of you, please come. Brazil, Russia, South Africa, and China. Commission 2 and 3 will be done by South Africa and then China. What commission? Commission 2, no? Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Brazil will do the first report.
Ilustre presidente, nobres colegas.
Presidente e os colegas and the parliamentary colleagues. Está certo aqui, né? I would like one more time to thank the amphitryon countries and the presidents from South Africa and and tell them that I'm happy and I'm thankful for everything that was done for us till today, and tell the colleagues, parliamentarians colleagues, that they mark the life and the history of our nations. The BRICS represents for each one of us, the participants in this forum, it will take to our countries results, important results. In the commission that we participated this morning, I thank the participants that presented, especially the thematic about the commerce, bilateral commerce between South Africa and the other South African countries, and they reflect the benefits what Africa is for our country, BRICS members. We would like to pronounce and leave this message and some thoughts. The first one is every change produces pain, and pain like in a good manner. Pain is a pain, although when we grow up, we advance, and those feelings, they will give results in all of us, because in 1991, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay, we decided to create a market of commerce exterior in the Latino American. We had the pain, yes, but Brazil is a continental country in geography arena, and it was not easy to reach where we are today. Our parliaments, they could not understand for anything that comes in the heart of each parliamentary. It comes from the belly. Big parliaments look at us in the global world that we live, and we look at the belly, and we look at with the heart and mind. Is this suffering in the participation of Brazil? It's a message that incentivizes all the countries, especially for you that received us from African countries. We can only do politics when we have the capacity to look at politics with a huge look and
Point of order, please, Honorable Deputy Speaker of South Africa. Can I be recognized? Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. With due respect to the rapporteur, I don't want to defocus him, but the topic here is a report back from the Commission. We're supposed to get a report back.
And devíamos ter aquilo que
all countries have something to say, but there's supposed to be a written report back that is brought here to the Commission, not a speech outside the report. We request a report from the Commission. If the report is not ready, let's allow another Commission to report. Thank you. The chair of the commission.
o presidente da comissão.
I'm addressing what you have addressed. Can I do that, please?
Posso dar a informação que a senhora deu?
We are working through translation so that the speaker gets to hear properly what we are saying now in English. That's the only thing that is delaying us now. We can move to the next one. Are you ready now, man? Please come.
Good afternoon, colleagues, honorable members. My name is Lucizo Makubela Mashele. I will be reporting for Commission 2, which discussed the issue, the topic on just energy transition and the BRICS countries. This commission, honorable members, was chaired by China. We had 6 presentations from field experts, academics, and those that are consultants within the energy space. What we agreed upon as this commission was that we should be building partnerships around BRICS countries towards a fair transition, not just a just, but towards a fair transition that is anchored on social and economical factors of an integrated energy resource plans for our respective countries. There was a common shared vision in this commission that these partnerships should have a broad framework that we should work on, because we need to understand that we need to build social protection and skills transfer for localization and beneficiation. With the advent of renewables and their technologies, we should be able to make sure that there is skills transfer when renewables are brought to the mainstream. We agreed that there has to be a balance factor for fossil fuel and the fair transition towards clean renewable energies. We agreed that we need to reshape, repackage opportunities that are presented with this transition. As we shape the new energy space, countries must be able to simplify this process so that we take everybody along. Simplify the concept of a fair, just transition so that within the locality, the people that were benefiting from the fossil fuel will be able to participate and be active role players. We also agreed that exploring and finding new solutions must seek to address the over-privatization and reliance on the private sector as the only solution provider for the current challenges and the discourse of energy efficiencies. What came strongly across in this commission was the need to have resources for this transition, which will be beneficial for all partners. We agreed that some countries, for an example, South Africa, do not have or do not produce the technology that comes with a renewable energy. And we agreed that we need to have a broad framework that would ensure that there is skills transfer for the countries such as ours, so that when we speak about being partners in this fair transition, we should all be on an equal footing. We agreed that there need to be a clear roadmap towards a clean hydrogen resource or sources that can be solutions for the broader framework of renewable clean energies. We also agreed that the opportunity cost of jobs that were powered by the fossil fuel powered energies vis-a-vis the renewable energies must come out clearly. If we are saying jobs will be shared, there will be loss of jobs, we need to look at the opportunity cost clearly for the renewables and the fossil fuel or fossil powered stations. We also talked about, if we are talking about decommissioning of coal-powered or fossil fuel powered stations, what the opportunity costs are there, and we need to draw lessons from the coal-powered stations that have been decommissioned vis-a-vis the clean renewable energy value chain. As a Commission, we agreed that as partners in this renewable energy just and fair transition, we need to ensure that there is a broad framework that we develop, that all countries will be working towards, so that when Russia, Brazil, South Africa speak, we should be speaking and moving towards a transition that speaks to a broad framework that has been developed amongst our own countries. We also agreed that issues of climate change are real. We should not look away and not want to ensure that we move along with the WTO in terms of ensuring that we implement resolutions towards curbing and mitigating against the atrocities or the issues that we find ourselves confronted with, issues of climate change. Broadly, this Commission also took lessons from China. For the past 10 years, they've shared with us on how they were able to develop technologies that speaks to the current transition or fair transition that we all seek or working towards. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And one of the issues you raised correctly is what appears to me as a cross-cutting issue, which is going to be the next Commission's major focus. This is climate change. And so can we request the third Commission to come and do a report? Honorable Shangwa will do so from the Republic of South Africa's Parliament.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. My name is Mkhula Wahlengwa from the National Assembly of the Parliament of South Africa. I'm going to present the summary really of Commission 3, and the presentations which were done. We received 3, and the country statement from China are also going to be made available for ease of reference for the issues that we are going to be raising here. So the Commission in its deliberations says that one of the major challenges faced by the modern world is climate change and its escalating negative impacts. Many of the world's vulnerable people residing in the developing world suffer disproportionately from the impacts of climate change. Therefore, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is well placed to respond to the common challenges faced by its nation states in this regard and to develop effective legislative frameworks for climate action. Therefore, it's a privilege for me to share some of the key conclusions, observations and recommendations emanating from the Commission on Climate Change and legislative mobilization of BRICS countries. The BRICS countries can share resources, human technology and finances, and best practices to address climate change. There is a need to harmonize laws across, environmental laws rather, across the BRICS countries and to make them more effective in tackling climate change. There is also a strong need for political will to move climate response from policy to implementation and oversight. Climate change is already having a significant impact, and there is a need to discuss loss and damage as part of the discussions at the upcoming conferences of parties. Further, there is a need to foster parliamentary diplomacy and cooperation to harmonize climate change policy and promote cooperation amongst the BRICS family. Further, there is a need for a central cooperation platform amongst members ahead of all the conferences. One of the key issues that has been raised was the need for the establishment of a BRICS technical task team to be able to engage as a bloc on the issues of climate change at the various multilateral and international platforms that are currently at play. And so there's a need to look at taking this agenda forward, and the cross-cutting issue, of course, arising out of what the previous commission has just actually presented. Further, the Commission recommends that we accelerate skills development and technology transfer through vocational and skills development training and artificial intelligence. Amongst others, it was observed that South Africa is committed to a just transition, which means that the transition to a lower carbon economy should be considerate and just, and should avoid unintended consequences, distribute justice fairly, and address historical inequalities, poverty, and unemployment. BRICS member countries can build on their bilateral partnerships and a clarion call to the business sector that can also collaborate to advance a transition to lower emission technologies. BRICS countries are facing a delicate balance between their developmental needs and the collective good of reducing emissions. There is a need to capacitate municipalities to aid renewable energy transfers, both in terms of energy generation and transmission. There is also a need for policy stability and certainty to enhance investment in renewable energy sector, and we can also learn from China's long-term planning and integrated planning and implementation across all tiers of government. The issue of funding came up very sharply, and that there is a need for financial coordination amongst the BRICS countries and the BRICS Development Bank, as each have financial institutions that is not harmonized and therefore making access to funding very difficult. In this regard, there is a need for accreditation amongst financial institutions to aid funding of green energy projects. There is also a need to cooperate with non-governmental organizations and institutions to build trust and advance local development. It was observed that generally the public enjoys a trust surplus with the legislative sector as opposed to the trust deficit between citizens and the executive, and therefore there is an important role to play insofar as civic and social education is concerned in this regard about this key issue. There is a need to encourage climate change awareness and strengthen public participation on climate change discussions and climate action at all levels. There is a need to cooperate with international partners to advance vocational skills development and knowledge exchange in this regard. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, our observation that BRICS countries have a significant role to play in addressing climate change, and they can cooperate and share resources to accelerate their transition to a lower carbon economy. However, there are also challenges that need to be addressed, such as the need for policy stability and certainty, financial coordination, and capacity building. Thank you, sir.
Let's move to Commission 4, and in the meantime, can I request the chair of the Commission 1? Okay. All right, I'm told Commission 4 is not yet ready. Let's invite Commission 1, and we're going to request Honorable Shivambo and Deputy Speaker to come here so that they present Commission 1. We are managing the problem of language and the speed with which the written report can be handled in this manner.
O idioma às vezes complica o entendimento, mas quero agradecer a compreensão e a colega parlamentar que suscitou a finalidade perfeita
Sometimes language barrier complicates a little bit our lives, so I would like to apologize for my unfortunate. I would like to thank all the different countries from Africa who participate in our Commission 1. We got to have a specific inputs from each countries. And my special thanks for all the experts who did an amazing job in their presentations, including different point of views regarding the dollarization, and it's something that we must reflect. And so it was an amazing opportunity for us to reflect. The document is in English, but my English is not good enough, so I will pass the word to my colleague, so he will be able to read our remarks from Commission 1.
I thank you.
Segundo vice-presidente.
Segundo vice-presidente.
Thank you very much. The rapporteur, who is the deputy speaker of the Parliament of Brazil. So I'm going to read word for word the outcomes of Commission 1, which was the Commission on BRICS and Africa's partnership, a promotion and acceleration of regional integration through the African continental free trade area. So the commission was presided by South Africa and debated on the partnership between BRICS and the African continent. It was attended by representatives and members of parliament from the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, from the Federative Republic of Brazil, from the People's Republic of China, from the Republic of India, from the Russian Federation, from the Republic of Namibia, from the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and from the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Commission further had experts from South Africa's Parliament's Budget Office, the Institute of Global Dialogue, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and then from the University of Johannesburg. The Commission emphatically asserts that any engagement, action, or initiative by BRICS in relation to trade must unequivocally adopt a stance of anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism, ensuring that the partnerships are formed on the basis of mutual respect, equality, common prosperity, and shared benefit. This is paramount to building trust and fostering equitable and sustainable relations. The Commission noted that the current state of intra-African trade and cooperation is less than satisfactory, with the majority of African countries engaging more with nations outside of the continent and mostly with their erstwhile colonizers. Inter-African trade faces significant limitations due to inadequate intra-African and pan-African infrastructure impacting on the trade of goods and services adversely. The Commission observes that up until 2021, both tariff and non-tariff barriers were substantial impediments to enhancement of intra-African trade, that the absence of a unified African payment system and a common currency continues to obstruct enhanced and harmonized inter-African trade. The Commission recognized the critical role BRICS holds in the global economy and the opportunity it presents for collaborative initiatives with the African continent. It resolved that to fully actualize the potential of the African continental free trade area, the building of a common high-speed rail infrastructure is fundamental element. One of the fundamental elements of the African Union's Agenda 2063's flagship project is important for strengthening integrated trade. Consequently, this initiative must be endorsed and adopted as a flagship project by the BRICS Parliamentary Forum to ensure cohesive development and implementation. Furthermore, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area should collaborate with BRICS partners to actualize and mutually reinforce the relevant Agenda 2063 flagship projects, which of course include the high-speed train network connecting all African capitals and commercial centers, but also include the formulation of a strategy for transforming of the African economy from supplier of raw materials to one that actively utilizes its own resources, that the introduction of an African Union passport and removal of all visa requirements for its holders within Africa, the construction of and finalization of the Inga hydroelectric project, the establishment of a single African air transport market, that the establishment of a set of financial institutions that are envisaged in the African Investment Bank, the African Stock Market, the African Monetary Fund, and the African Central Bank, a Pan-African digital data network, and then the development of common African strategy for the use of outer space technology, and then the establishment and cooperation of cybersecurity. The Commission asserts that the integration and alignment of African infrastructure programs and projects from the outset are essential, and a common approach to raising funds is important. African countries, through their various parliaments and legislatures, must develop a legislation to impose quotas on the export of natural resources, promoting local beneficiation and industrialization. That African countries develop legislation to combat illicit financial flows and aggressive tax avoidance, deepen its collaboration within BRICS in the fight against illicit financial flows and aggressive tax avoidance, with parliaments playing a central role in endorsing legislation and playing oversight role to ensure implementation. The Commission supports the development of an integrated energy and electricity plan to maximally harness Africa's vast energy resources, with parliaments playing a central role in making sure that we maximally utilize the hydroelectronic potential, natural gases, and other sources of energy that are going to bring about energy stability for the entire African continent. That industrial expansion and development must be pursued by African countries to ensure that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area does not merely serve as a conduit for the free trade of imported goods through African trade corridors, but African countries have goods to trade with BRIC partners and most certainly within themselves. The Commission supports the endorsement and implementation of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is abbreviated as PAPSS, by all African countries, and advocates for the pursuit of a single currency by central banks. The BRICS Parliamentary Forum should provide strategic support to member countries to develop comprehensive legislation, facilitating mutual trade and solidarity between BRICS nations, regardless of size, GDP, or location. The Commission emphasizes the need to establish alternatives to Bretton Woods institutions and rating agencies. The Commission underscores the importance of investing in technology and facilitating the transfer of skills to ensure that Africa is not subjected to permanent dependence in BRICS countries. The Commission stressed the importance of implementing all the resolutions and commitments made in the past, and the need for African countries to move away from an extractive relationship with the West, establishing local beneficiation in the continent, particularly of mineral resources. That African countries must move towards the abolition of visa requirements related to trade movement to promote free movements of goods and people, and the establishment of legislative framework by parliaments to play an oversight role as BRICS expand. And then the most important component of the Commission's recommendation is that the Commission advocates for the establishment of a permanent representative status of the African continental bodies, or the representative bodies within the BRICS platform, that they in the same way the G20 resolved that Africa is participant in G20 summits, that Africa, not just South Africa, there must be representation of Africa such that the discussions that involve the entire African continent get to be representative of the entire continent, not South Africa speaking on behalf of the entire continent without a due mandate. That the Commission underscores the importance of avoiding working in silos, and that we must study all the mega projects that are planned with pledges of prosperity, and to also avoid the repetition of projects which otherwise can be mutually reinforcing. That is the report that comes from Commission 1, which was responsible for BRICS and Africa partnerships. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. May I point out that we've now received a presentation from the 4 Commission, and one of the obvious 4 is not yet here. Where is 4? Are they ready now? Please come over. Please come over. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. My dear guests, I'm here to report briefly the discussion of Commission 4. This morning, the Commission 4 of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum had a thorough and meaningful discussion on the topic of BRICS, peace and security. Can multilateralism restore peace and security? Some renowned officials and scholars, namely Mr. Kosachev from the Russian Federal Assembly, Ambassador Vivili Nato, Professor Cherry Hendrick, and Professor Antony van Nieuwkerk made their presentations. In the discussion, we all recognized the current systems of global governance are not working very well. It has failed to prevent turbulence and conflicts from happening all over the place. Multilateral organizations like UN has become manipulated by Western countries to meet their own interests, ignoring and sacrificing the interests of the developing world by using unilateral actions like sanctions. Therefore, we should remake systems of global governance to make it actually working. The BRICS countries is one approach that presents a vision for transforming the global order, which aligns with what was the vision of the United Nations. We all believe that multilateralism is the cornerstone of the current international order and an effective way to maintain peace and promote development. In the world, there is only one international system, that is, the international system with the United Nations at its core. There is only one international order, that is, the international order underpinned by international law. And there is only one set of rules, that is, the basic norms governing international relations, underpinned by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. We express concerns about the use of unilateral coercive measures which are incompatible with the principles of the UN Charter and produce negative effects, notably in the developing world. we should enhance and improve global governance by promoting a more agile, effective, efficient, representative, democratic, and accountable international and multilateral system, and to facilitate greater and more meaningful participation of developing and least developed countries, especially in Africa, in global decision-making processes and structures, and make them better attuned to the contemporary realities and serve the interests of the global majority. BRICS countries support reform of the United Nations with a view to making it more democratic, representative, effective, and efficient, and to increase the representation of the developing countries. We express concern about ongoing conflicts in many parts of the world. We believe that countries should be committed to the peaceful resolution of differences and disputes through dialogue and inclusive consultations in a coordinated and cooperative manner, and supported all efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of crisis. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, now that we've heard reports of the four commissions, I would like to suggest that there's additional work I think the chairs and rapporteurs of this commission must do, and to produce a pager of what constitute cross-cutting issues, because it is absolutely crucial that we recognize these as cross-cutting issues that emerge from consideration each of the four issues that we discussed separately for ease, but not miss the linkages between all three of them. There's an interconnectedness we must not allow to fall between the cracks. This is what I think is an important assignment to be done as we move to the next steps of the session today. And let me also just acknowledge Ambassador Ilya Rogachev of the Russian Federation and their delegates who have been with us throughout via technology. Honorable members, this part on my part is done, and we would like now to invite the next steps in the process. Please come over. Where is the program director? In the meantime, let's give the 5 presenters a round of applause with appreciation. Thank you. For how long? For how long? For how long? I'm getting the detail of the tea time. How long is that? 20 minutes. When? Yeah, okay. Apparently, I didn't see the raising of the hand of the Russian delegate in Moscow. Please, let's hear you. Can we contact Moscow so that we hear them?
Everyone.
Please, let's unmute and let's hear. We can't hear.
The representative of the Russian Federation wanted to thank you for your attention to the situation of the delegation who could not come in person to the venue. So thank you very much for your help.
Oh, thank you very much, if that was the intention.
I raised my hand just in order to thank the chairperson for mentioning the contribution of the Russian delegation to the activities of our forum. And I'm very happy to be with you, and I'm very grateful to all the participants in our meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are very glad that all family members of BRICS have found it useful to have engaged with the process up to so far. Please take a 20-minute break so that we give space for the next session to begin. Please, let's not wait to be called back in. Go grab a cup of tea, coffee, water preferably, and come in so that we can proceed. Thank you. 20 minutes is the time limit.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage, the only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme, Harnessing Multilateralism, and parliamentary diplomacy to deepen BRICS and Africa partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. The 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15 BRICS summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following @BRICSPF23 account and using the hashtag BRICSPF23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
Congratulations to the new partners, our valued partners, the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We trust that you will invigorate this promising intergovernmental organization. From 2015 to date, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum has identified many issues which require continuous discussion, refinement, and programmatic plans of action to better serve the wretched of the earth, and these issues range, amongst others, from the following: the sacrosanct role of the United Nations
будем стараться служить нашему народу в соответствии с теми принципами, которыми...
Okay, there was a glitch there. It will be attended to. Our same program director that these issues range from, amongst others, the sacrosanct role of the United Nations in international affairs and the consolidation of the multilateral structures, the reform of the Security Council, and the fairness of the international legal system, the transition to a multipolar world and deepening economic globalization, exploring new trade and investment prospects, the promotion of international peace and security, shared economic growth, cooperation and mutual beneficial interaction amongst the peoples of the world, undergirded by a continuous dialogue among and between the world cultures and civilization for the cross-pollination of knowledge and perspectives for the benefit of humanity.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa inspiring new ways.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
Good afternoon, South Africans. My name is Masego Dlula. You're still watching Parliament TV, and we are coming from you live from the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, which is taking place in Kempton Park at the Emperor's Palace. The commissions have just reported back on that discussion from the morning. And now I'm joined in the studio by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Ntatele Chisatsuniunti. Afternoon, Deputy Speaker, and welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and good afternoon to the listeners and viewers.
Yes. Ntatele Chisa, can you please take us through the highlights from yesterday and where you are so far with the program?
Okay. I think the significance of yesterday was not only the welcoming address by the Deputy President of the country linking the executive BRICS meeting with the Parliamentary Forum meeting. It was an important bridge that is necessary because we have a responsibility to oversee decisions that have been taken by the executive BRICS meeting. And so that bridge was important that we've gone through it. And then the second significant thing yesterday was the presentations by heads of delegations. Speakers or heads of delegations from Brazil, Russia, South Africa, and who am I leaving out of the five? Yeah. Anyway, so that we get to hear from them and their perspective of the road we have traveled since we began, and their view of the importance of the Memorandum of Understanding, whose background we were given by the former Speaker of the National Assembly, an important background to the reasons for the Parliamentary Forum to exist. It initially existed on the sidelines of the executive meeting, but this time around South Africa has taken a decision which was agreed to by the other countries that we have it as a separate meeting so that it gets full attention by everyone and not mixed with the two, because the agenda is slightly different in that we want to focus on implementation and the issues that do come from the main executive meeting. So today we, in advance of this forum taking place in South Africa, of necessity we had to communicate and develop an agenda for the main themes of the overall theme and the themes of the commissions that ought to meet. And it was divided, the four of them, which we went through today after delegations divided themselves in each of these commissions to take in and discuss thoroughly issues around mainly that which is linked to the theme BRICS and the acceleration of multilateralism to implement the Africa Free Trade Agreement. An important part of what the continent wants to do to integrate itself economically on an ongoing basis.
Okay, now that you've mentioned about the commissions, can you please share with us what are some of the outcomes that have come out of today's commissions?
Well, the important thing is that they were reporting back what they discussed. Yeah. And since we were receiving them, for example, the BRICS and its formation and the acceptance of the new was welcomed as expanding the attractiveness of what the BRICS agenda is. Yeah. So this demonstration of its attraction is in the number of countries that have recently been accepted and those that are waiting in the wings. So that issue was discussed, but the foundations for BRICS and what it is doing were emphasized as well, that the continuing elements of colonialism and imperialist agenda must be stopped in their track, that the relationship between the BRICS countries must be those that are developmental, that are mutually supportive, that lays the foundation for an alternative payment system and the promotion of such a payment system in the continent especially. So that's on one part of the view. But there were cross-cutting issues, for example, that I noticed, and I suggested that the chairs and rapporteurs must tease out of the 4 reports what constitute those cross-cutting issues, such as climate change. Climate change is relevant to the management of energy, for example. Both were separate commissions. But also in the conduct of free trade, the free trade agreement in the continent, we expect it to be done on sustainable grounds, that we can't have such a development taking place in ways that is retrogressive. It takes us back to the period before we knew there was anything like climate change. So climate change is a cross-cutting issue. There are other cross-cutting issues. For example, if BRICS is to have any impact, the human resource capacity is an important cross-cutting matter in the management of infrastructure in our countries, in the education levels in our countries, and in the scientific, our ability to absorb and use science in the work that we are doing to advance social justice, for example.
Yeah. Now, this afternoon, we understand that there's a memorandum of understanding that the countries will be signing. Now, how is it that the South African Parliament, how is the South African Parliament going to ensure that the resolutions that are made and the outcomes from the memorandum of understanding that is going to be signed is implemented? How is Parliament going to ensure that? And are there mechanisms on how this, the implementation is going to be, there's going to be an oversight over the implementation process?
Let me state what others call the glimpses of the obvious.
Yeah.
In other words, that one of the first things to do as South African Parliament is to sit down, take a breath, and evaluate what has just happened in the last 2 days, or many more days that constituted preparation, and during the meeting itself and afterwards, to identify systematically what we could have done differently so that we can inform the organizers of the next, which is Russia at this time, who's going to be chairing the next session of BRICS. So systematically going through our preparations and activities ahead of BRICS this time, and the way we framed it, the lessons we have learned, and the strength we think we exhibited must be carried forward for building on or undoing if there are weaknesses. And the next thing is an effective communication of the decisions of BRICS,
yes.
so that we are able to communicate not just the decisions, but the content of the speeches that were done here, communicating individual country perspectives on what drives them to want to become part of BRICS, and those that have been all along, the urgency with which they would like us to treat progress in the building of cooperation. The memorandum, in essence, is a memorandum for cooperation of all of us in the BRICS family of nations. And that is going to be an important part, the systematic communication of that inside Parliament itself, but also in the country as a whole, that this is what we have had, and therefore understand this is what our tasks are arising from the BRICS. We expect people in their individual capacity, but in their organizations and collectives, are able to sit and reflect on the relationships they currently have or would like to have to build on this agreement that is now in place. And we think there's a lot of energy in the country that is not yet explored. For example, only roughly, for example, the Business Forum had a meeting, the Higher Education had a meeting of ministers from around BRICS, and the International Relations had meetings of international relations ministers from around the BRICS areas. Other sectors that did not do that, we expect they will do so, but now the advantage they will have is that they will be operating on the basis of the agreement that has now been reached and can build on a very explicit, effective execution and the visible demonstration of the outcomes of the agreement.
Okay.
And we hope we can contribute to the next BRICS session to be held by Russia, because it is important that from every event we must evaluate it and take forward to the next one the lessons of the previous one.
Yeah.
For example, in the session I just chaired here, there was a clear instance of a language problem. The commissions finished their work and the report was put together in English, and then we are not all English speakers in the BRICS family of nations. So the organizers of the next session must make sure that the language issue does not become a barrier to effective participation by every country, so that we overcome the possibility that the English-speaking countries dominate. We shouldn't allow that to happen, especially operating at this level. Part of advancing the work we do in BRICS is that there is value in diversity, as our motto also teaches us.
Okay, just lastly, Deputy Speaker, South Africa also belongs to the SADC PF, and currently South Africa is the only country that is in the BRICS forum. Now that, well, Ethiopia is going to be now joining. Now, are the outcomes of this forum somehow going to form part of the agenda of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, so that the continent also gets to debate on the issues that are put as part of the outcomes of this Parliamentary Forum?
Yeah, one of the things that happened now during this BRICS forum is that South Africa has had bilaterals. I had bilateral with Namibia, with Mozambique, and I know that the speaker and the chairperson and the deputy chairperson would have had bilaterals as well with other countries. Yes, it is obvious that I was giving an example that the Africa region of the CPA, which is going to be in Ghana for the international meeting of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, will receive a brief report from ourselves, so that parliaments from the rest of the continent know what we have just agreed on here. But SADC Parliamentary Forum is one of those structures, meetings of parliaments in the region, who will also of necessity receive a report from the speaker, who is our representative in the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And there are other similar interparliamentary organizations. I think this coming month, the Interparliamentary Union is going to be meeting, and a report from BRICS will also be submitted there, so that the work we are doing is communicated almost promptly, immediately, in the next couple of months, so that worldwide the BRICS family of nations has supportive relationships with the rest of other parliaments in the country. And that is the agenda which constitutes the next steps that are going to go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, Deputy Speaker, and for giving us that whole perspective on what BRICS Parliamentary Forum aims to achieve. Our viewers at home, we're going to be crossing back live into the plenary, where it's going to be continuing and in the next few minutes, and it's expected, the sessions are expected to end this evening, where now the Speaker will also be closing the plenary for today in the evening. From me, thank you very much for joining us.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme, Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15 BRICS summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following @BRICSPF23 account and using the hashtag BRICSPF23. 2023.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage, the only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa. We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage, the only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following @BRICSPF23 account and using the hashtag BRICSPF23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new way.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa. We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of...
Congratulations to the new partners, our valued partners, the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We trust that you will invigorate this promising intergovernmental organization. From 2015 to date, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum has identified many issues which require continuous discussion, refinement, and programmatic plans of action to better serve the wretched of the earth. And these issues range, amongst others, from the following: the sacrosanct role of the United Nations
Будем стараться служить нашему народу в соответствии с теми принципами, которыми...
Okay, there was a glitch there. It will be attended to. Our same program director that these issues range from, amongst others, the sacrosanct role of the United Nations in international affairs and the consolidation of the multilateral structures, the reform of the Security Council, and the fairness of the international legal system, the transition to a multipolar world and deepening economic globalization, exploring new trade and investment prospects, the promotion of international peace and security, shared economic growth, cooperation and mutual beneficial interaction amongst the peoples of the world, undergirded by a continuous dialogue among and between the world cultures and civilization for the cross-pollination of knowledge and perspectives for the benefit of humanity.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
To the Deputy President for graciously honoring our invitation to deliver the keynote address to this August gathering. We thank him for inaugurating the meeting and providing a report on the outcomes of the 15th BRICS Heads of State Summit. We also express gratitude to the leadership of BRICS for ensuring that the priorities of 2023, the year of South Africa's chairship, are one, to develop a partnership towards an equitable, just transition, which is critical in the context of the increasing spate of natural disasters which have severe consequences for society. Two, to transform education and skills development for the future. Three, to unlock opportunities through the African Continental Free Trade Area. Four, to strengthen post-pandemic economic recovery. And five, to strengthen multilateralism. The BRICS agenda for 2023 has paved the way for the BRICS parliaments as the custodian of the interests of the citizens to interrogate these matters further, in particular to determine how multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy can deepen BRICS and African partnership to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which seeks to increase socio-economic development, reduce poverty, and make Africa more competitive in the global economy. Program Director, multilateralism
culture
is the
and
cornerstone
heritage, the only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official
with the
languages.
aim of creating a fairer,
Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa.
is key to containing international rivalries. BRICS has expressed its commitment to multilateralism through upholding international law. It has also done so by, amongst other things, recognizing the central role of the United Nations in an international system in which sovereign states cooperate to maintain peace and security, advance sustainable development, ensure the promotion and protection of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms for all. Through parliamentary diplomacy, our parliaments and assemblies will use the BRICS Parliamentary Forum and other means to participate in ongoing dialogue concerning the issues that impact our various countries. In the final analysis, we ought to ensure that the pursuit of the noble goals espoused by our countries is guided by the need to place the people at the center of our efforts. That the will of the people shall be expressed through the organs that are established to protect and advance their interests. With these few words, allow me, Program Director, to sincerely express our appreciation to our keynote speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, for setting the scene and for the sharing of perspectives, expertise, and experiences by the delegates to the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We appreciate his highlighting of key issues.
Okay, let me start with the role of Parliament. You know that our role in the main is to develop legislation, it is to exercise oversight, but also to ensure that there is public participation in everything which legislatures do. One of the things we do, and we have an obligation to do as members of parliament, is to scrutinize the decisions taken by heads of state and follow up to see whether in fact these decisions which they take year in, year out are in fact implemented, and whether the decisions are in fact in the interests of the people of the countries they represent. Yes, there is a task force which was appointed in March last year, 2022, and I am part of that task force. Now, the task force has had, you may not, yes, hear reports about the work of the task force, precisely because of the sensitivity of the issues which we have been dealing with. Firstly, we've had to sit several meetings to strategize on what it is that we want to communicate to the members of parliament. Remember, ours is to deal in the main with members of the two parliaments. We believe that if we are to narrow the gap between the two parliaments and assist the members of parliament to get to a point where they are able to influence their governments, I think we shall have succeeded. Decisions of going to war will always be taken by governments, heads of state in particular. They will deploy the soldiers. However, they equally have an obligation to report to their legislatures, to the members of parliament, about, one, the expenditure, two, the forces on the ground, in other words, the boots, the numbers in terms of boots on the ground in those countries. But also they have an obligation to report whether in fact they are making efforts to find a resolution of that conflict. So our task as this team has been to engage with the two groups, the Ukrainian parliament and the Russian. And I must say we've done that. I can safely say we are at, who are the people who are helping, the 14th meeting, the last one, which was the 14th. We meet on a regular basis. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks' time before we go to the IPU in Angola. Of course, most of the meetings are on a virtual platform. But what you will find interesting is this, that this task force has been to Ukraine. This task force has been to Russia. We spent 2 days in Ukraine, we spent 2 days in Russia, and we spent a day in Poland. Why Poland? Because when you are on your way to Ukraine, there is no way, the only way to get there will be to go via Poland. So it was important for us to get an understanding from the Polish members of parliament as to what their perspective is of what is happening and what they suggest we should do. I can assure you that all members of parliament who are part of the IPU, the interest is to make sure that the two parliaments talk. Because we believe once they talk, they'll be able to influence their governments. Because war never solves the problem.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme, Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following @BRICSPF23 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring a new way.
This is a message by Brand South Africa.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme, Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following @BRICSPF23 account and using the hashtag BRICSPF23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new way.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage, the only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme, Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICSPF23 account and using the hashtag BRICSPF23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
Oh. May I request all the honorable members, guests, and everybody standing to take their seat so that we can start with our program. Resume. Thank you. I know that we are behind time by about 30 minutes, according to our program. And as we look into our program, you'll realize that we were supposed to be dealing with the Memorandum of Understanding, the signing by the 5 BRICS countries. And we like to apologize for now, as there are still logistical matters that they are busy working on, and allow the next item, which is the declaration, joint declaration statement on the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly. And as I do that, I'm going to invite the Honorable Nyambi to come and read the joint declaration. At the same time, I hope it appears on our screens. Honorable Nyambi, it's your time.
Suffice to say, all protocol observed, so that I cannot take much time. Draft joint declaration on the occasion of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, Johannesburg, South Africa, 27 to 28 September 2023. We, the leaders and the representatives of the National Congress of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation, the Parliament of the Republic of India, the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China, and the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa convene for the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, PF, meeting in Johannesburg, South Africa, from 27 to 28 September 2023, under the theme, Harnessing Inclusive Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnership for Accelerated Implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. We appreciate the friendly relation among the BRICS member countries, which are based on the spirit of mutual respect and the understanding, sovereign equality, solidarity, openness, inclusiveness, strengthened collaboration, and consensus. We recall the first BRICS Parliamentary Forum held in Moscow, Russia, on the 8th of June 2015, where the parties declared that intention to strengthen and promote contacts among BRICS parliaments at the leadership level of chambers, committees, and the groups of parliamentarians, perform inter-parliamentary exchanges, and hold regular expert consultation, and create and develop new inter-parliamentary cooperation mechanisms. We further recall the 2016 Jalpa Declaration, in which BRICS women parliamentarians expressed commitment to intensify mutual cooperation and strengthen partnership in sustainable development, economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection. We also remember the call to strengthen BRICS parliamentary exchanges highlighted in the Johannesburg Declaration of the 10th BRICS Summit held in South Africa from the 25th to the 27th July 2018. We reiterate the decision of the 4th BRICS Parliamentary Forum held in Geneva on the margins of the 139th Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU Assembly to formalize the establishment of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum through the adoption of the Memorandum of Understanding on the BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We congratulate the government of the Republic of South Africa for the successful hosting of the 9th BRICS Summit held in Sandton, South Africa, from the 22nd to the 24th August 2023 under the theme BRICS and Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism. We note with appreciation the resolutions agreed upon at the BRICS Summit under the following 5 broad thematic areas of BRICS and Africa partnership. A, developing a partnership towards an equitable, just transition. B, transforming education and skills development for the future. C, unlocking opportunities through Africa Continental Free Trade Area. D, strengthening post-pandemic socio-economic recovery and the attainment of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. And E, strengthening multilateralism, including working towards real reform of global governance institutions and strengthening the meaningful participation of women in peace processes. We appreciate in particular the opportunities the AFCFTA holds for BRICS trade partnerships in Africa, the continent's development and integration, the strengthening of South Africa cooperation, and the role our parliaments can play in these efforts. Also, we appreciate the progress made towards the AFCFTA protocol on women and youth in trade. We welcome the invitation extended by the BRICS Summit to the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to become full members of BRICS from the 1st of January 2024. We remain convinced of the importance of inter-parliamentary dialogue to develop multifaceted cooperation within BRICS and actively promote mutual interest in the international arena. Therefore, we resolve as follows. 1, we value the presence and active participation of stakeholders from diverse sectors who graciously shared their valuable expertise and insight with us. As the elected representatives of our respective parliaments, we are resolute in our commitment to fostering these meaningful people-to-people exchanges within the realm of BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We strongly reaffirm the critical importance of BRICS inter-parliamentary dialogue in enhancing and fostering contacts across parliamentary dialogue, in enhancing and enforcing contacts across parliamentary chambers and committees, facilitating fruitful inter-parliamentary exchanges. In addition, we recognize the value of utilizing modern information technologies to establish a dedicated section of the website for the BRICS interparliamentary dimension, thereby encouraging seamless access to relevant information and promoting enhanced collaboration among our esteemed counterparts. 2, we call for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in its 3 dimensions: economic, social, and environmental, in a balanced and integrated manner by mobilizing the means required to implement the 2030 Agenda. We further reaffirm the call for donor countries to honor their official development assistance ODA commitments and to facilitate capacity building and the transfer of technology along with additional development resources to developing countries in line with the national policy objectives of recipients. 3, we reiterate the commitment of BRICS countries to strengthening multilateralism based on upholding international law, including the purposes and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations UN as its indispensable cornerstone, and the central role of the UN in the national system in which sovereign states cooperate to maintain peace and security, advance sustainable development, and ensure the promotion and protection of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedom for all, and promoting cooperation based on spirit of solidarity, mutual respect, justice, and equality. 4, through parliamentary diplomacy, we aim to enhance our strategic partnership for the benefit of our people, promoting peace, a more representative and fair international order, to reinvigorate and reform multilateral system, sustainable development, and inclusive growth. 5, we agree, respecting our respective domestic constitutional mandates, to facilitate the implementation of the BRICS Summit resolution within our individuals' parliament and among our parliamentary stakeholders, to further strengthen the impact of BRICS, notably in terms of the opportunities presented by the AFCFTA for BRICS trade partnership, the development and integration of Africa, and the strengthening of South-South cooperation. We further intend to actively promote and prioritize these opportunities for benefit of our people. 6, we also stress the importance of BRICS parliamentary exchanges of women parliamentarians. 7, we remain resolute that BRICS parliamentary cooperation is an integral element of BRICS cooperation. 8, we adopt the Memorandum of Understanding on the BRICS Parliamentary Forum to define the general cooperation strategy of the legislative organs of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the Russian Federation, the Republic of India, the People's Republic of China, and the Republic of South Africa. This will enable us to coordinate efforts aimed at developing and strengthening the interparliamentary relations of BRICS member states concerning issues of common interest. 9, we further emphasize that signing the Memorandum of Understanding on BRICS Parliamentary Forum will further contribute to the formalization and institutionalization of the parliamentary dimension of the BRICS cooperation, manifesting the forum as a valuable hub of parliamentary democracy in the global south. 10, we look forward to welcoming at the appropriate time the parliament of the newly invited countries of BRICS to join the BRICS Parliamentary Forum. 11, we appreciate the attendance of various delegates representing the parliamentary community in Africa, including regional parliamentary assemblies in Africa, national parliaments of the Southern African Development Community, and the provincial legislatures of the Republic of South Africa. 12. We congratulate the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa for the successful hosting of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum and express our gratitude for the hospitality received from the Parliament and the people of South Africa. 13. We express our continued support of the South African Parliament's BRICS Parliamentary Forum Chairship for 2023. The last one, 14. We extend our support to the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation for their BRICS Parliamentary Forum Chairship in 2024. So, we are not going to waste much time. We'll start with Brazil, just to confirm whether you agree with the draft joint declaration. Brazil, to get a confirmation.
O Brasil tem o prazer de confirmar, sim.
Thank you very much.
Brazil does confirm.
Then we'll get to Russia on the virtual platform. Russia on the, or is either a delegate or the virtual platform. On the virtual platform, a confirmation.
Is full unconditional support to the text of the joint declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now come to India.
Yes, we agree to the joint statement. Thank you.
Thank you. China.
Yes, we agree with the draft of the joint declaration.
South Africa. Get to the mic.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the paragraph on the participation or support of multilateralism on the United Nations, I would think that we should upload the Commission for resolution on how that is articulated, because the manner in which it appears in the declaration, it almost suggests that we agree with the current institutional framework of the United Nations, whilst the Commission which we agreed upon, here Commission 4, said that as BRICS Parliamentary Forum, we are going to call for the reform of the United Nations, because it must not just be a rhetorical question and commitment. It must be a practical issue that we raise in the subsequent forum, whether it be in the Interparliamentary Union or in the upcoming UN General Assembly, because from time to time, this issue of UN reform, particularly for the increased participation of the African continent, which has got 1.3 billion people but doesn't have any meaningful participation, is spoken about, but no one is doing anything about it. So I would think that the declaration should be overt and very vivid and clear in terms of our call and demand for the reform of the United Nations and all its bodies. That is the instance that we must take. And the Commission had dealt with it in a much more appropriate way. So I would think that we can rather take that aspect from the Commission and include it as part of the declaration. Thank you very much.
But you agree with the overall spirit of the declaration? Deputy Speaker.
Chairperson, we agree with the declaration as proposed. The substance of the Commission reports are going to be discussed, put together, and factored into our program of action. I think for purposes of the declaration, we would like to propose that it be agreed to, as we do here.
Thank you very much. The draft will now becomes the official declaration as agreed by all the 5 country member states. Thank you very much. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambi. Thank you to all the countries for adoption of the declaration. I'm now going to ask our staff to bring all the documentation to the table, as I will be calling for our representatives to come up. I will be calling them one by one. Babu Stole, if you can approach, please. Oh, I see the document. I didn't see it before. Honorable members and our guests, it is now time for us to invite the representative or the leaders of the delegations from the BRICS countries to come to the table, as I will be calling them, so that we can have this process that was so clearly defined in the declaration as memorandum of understanding to be signed. Let's understand that even in the declaration, we were told that for the new countries that are joining BRICS, they will not be expected to sign until the processes of their membership has been resolved and finalized, which is according to the declaration in January of the coming year. Thank you very much. I will start now with His Excellency, Mrs. Stones Cavalcante, Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies of the Federal Republic of Brazil, to ascend and take the seat. Secondly, His Excellency, Mr. Konstantin Kozachev, Deputy Chairperson of the Federation Council of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation. As we know that he will be doing the signing remotely. So we understand that. But in his place, we got permission from Russia that His Excellency, the Ambassador for South Africa and Lesotho, His Excellency Ilya Rogachev, will take the seat. If you may approach. Thank you. The next, we now invite His Excellency, Mr. Harivansh Narayan Singh, Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha of the Republic of India. Next, we invite His Excellency Mr. Peng Chinqua, Vice Chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China, to come to the stage. We now also invite the host, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, Honorable Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngagula. And lastly, we invite the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Masonto, to also come to the stage. Because I see the 6 chairs. And then now? Honorable members, you have to be patient with us. This is going to be a somehow prolonged process, as we will be calling country one by one to do the signing. As we are here, we hope that there is an interpreter who is assisting. Oh, there are these mics here. Okay, thank you very much for that. We now going to, the process will be that the first country will sign. After signing, we will call on the second country to sign, like that. But South Africa, we know that we will have only the speaker signing for the Parliament of South Africa. But we brought the chairperson because we have 2 houses, and for now, he must be here. Can we allow now Brazil to do the signing? And you will indicate to me when it's done so that we go to the next country. This is a long-awaited moment, colleagues. It's a long work being done on this document, and we are so happy today that it is finally happening. The Parliamentary BRICS Parliamentary Forum, the MOU, is being signed by all our countries, and we appreciate it. We'll just be patient. Remember that there's the text for each country's language, so that is why it will take long. We have to be fair on these processes. Okay. Members? Oh, are we done? Be aware, colleagues, it's now India that is signing. And after India, say the Republic, yeah, say it correctly. We now ask the Republic of China, People's Republic of China, National People's Congress of the Republic of China is now signing. At this time, I will pause and call on His Excellency, Mr. Konstantin Kozachev, Deputy Chairperson of the Federation of Council of Assembly of Russia, of the Russian Federation, to sign. We know that he's doing it on virtual, signing remotely.
Everything is signed on the Russian side, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now invite the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Nosivio Mapisa Ngagula, to sign on behalf of the Republic of South Africa. Honorable members and colleagues, we have finally signed the MOU of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum. Thank you very much. Thank you all the countries for your hard work on this memorandum of understanding. I know it's not been a very smooth road, but we had to do what we had to do so that we come out with a final product that is going to satisfy everybody. Thank you. You may go back to your chairs. Thank you. As they go back to their chairs, I will now allow a recorded message from the incoming 10th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Chair, Her Excellency Ms. Valentina Mashienko, Chairperson of the Federation Council of the Federal Assembly of Russia, to be aired. Can we have it?
Dear colleagues, dear friends, I would like to welcome all the participants of the 9th Parliamentary BRICS Forum. Before everything, I would like to appreciate very much the chairmanship of the South Africa in BRICS and thank all of our South African colleagues for their work in the organization of this important forum, for everything they have done for BRICS this year. Next year, 2024, Russia is going to chair BRICS. This is a very important mission for us, and it has a very important role. Our chairmanship will be held under the motto to strengthen the multipolar world for a more just global development and security. By now, the agenda of the Russian chairmanship counts more than 200 events. The legislators cannot be seen a part of this work, and they play a crucial role. As for the parliamentary cooperation, we are going to go on developing a strategic BRICS course, which is in the best interest of the modern community, or so-called world majority. We will also discuss different legislative possibilities for further progressive development of BRICS countries and the realization of a strategy for BRICS economic partnership up to 2025. We think that in terms of BRICS, we have to go on the legislative level, dealing with the diversification of supply chains, the dollarization of the economy, and using national currencies in reciprocal payments. Thus, we are going to pay lots of attention to the logistics and transcontinental routes, including the corridor north-south. You know that Russia has initiated the establishment of BRICS Transport Commission. We are open to any discussion of this matter. A very sensitive issue for us, which cannot be dealt with without parliamentary control, is combating terrorism, extremism, and international crime. We expect that we are going to strengthen scientific and humanitarian cooperation. We are dedicated to enhance parliamentary support of partnership in the sphere of healthcare and nuclear medicine, education and science, innovations and equitable transfer of technologies, the development of digital economy, AI, and maintaining and multiplying the world cultural heritage. Dear colleagues, in autumn 2024, St. Petersburg is going to host a new BRICS summit in the city of Kazan. It will be at the same time as the 10th Parliamentary Forum BRICS. The exact dates of the anniversary forum will be agreed upon through diplomatic channels with our colleagues. We welcome with satisfaction the progress which has been achieved in the sphere of institutional development of BRICS. We are going to go on drafting the rules of procedure in order to make our strategic partnership more efficient, more practical, and results-driven. To deal with these practical matters and on the threshold of the Parliamentary Forum, we suggest organizing a meeting at the level of the presidents of committees of international affairs for the parliaments of all 11 BRICS countries. We expect parliamentarians to work together on youth and women's agenda, especially that we have very strong traditions. I'd like to remind you that in 2020, St. Petersburg already hosted the first forum of young parliamentarians of BRICS countries, and this time it will also coincide with our chairmanship, and we are going to organize the World Youth Festival of 2024 in Sochi. We do also lots of work in terms of the realization of BRICS Women's Business Alliance. Dear colleagues, we're actively getting ready to supporting our new like-minded countries, those 6 countries that are going to enter BRICS on the 1st of January next year. In this work, we cannot deal without the participation of all parliamentary community, including organizing of different consultations on legal basis of our cooperation. This is what the spirit of BRICS is about. I also would like to emphasize that when chairing the BRICS community, we are going to interact very constructively with all the partners in order to boost the role and authority of BRICS, its parliamentary dimension, which will only keep growing. And finally, I would like to suggest that you watch a short video on St. Petersburg and the place where the Parliamentary Forum BRICS will take place next year. It will take place in a Torrid Palace. See you in Russia and welcome to St. Petersburg.
St. Petersburg, one of the world's most beautiful cities, a cradle of science, culture and art. It also stands at the roots of the present-day Russian parliamentarism since the first Russian Senate convened here. The first Russian State Duma gathered and worked in St. Petersburg's BRICS Palace. Today, this palace keeps this tradition alive by regularly hosting parliamentarians from across the world, serving as the venue for major international events. Russia's northern capital, with its magnificent embankments and bridges, is waiting for you. Welcome to St. Petersburg.
We will be welcomed 2024 on the 10th BRICS Parliamentary Forum in St. Petersburg with our new members of BRICS. And we hope that all the countries will be there. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to call on the Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces to give the closing remarks. Babu Masonto.
No, thank you very much, and good afternoon. Program Director, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, most will agree that the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding do represents an important moment in the short history of BRICS Parliamentary Forum. It is indeed an important milestone. We express gratitude to the presiding officers of parliaments of BRICS who converged in Moscow in June 2015 for this achievement. They identified the need to strengthen and promote contacts at the leadership level of chambers, committees, and groups of parliamentarians to perform interparliamentary exchanges and hold regular expert consultations, and to create and develop new interparliamentary cooperation mechanisms. In keeping with this, the Memorandum of Understanding seeks to define the general cooperative strategy of the legislative organs of our parliaments. And the MOU seeks to coordinate efforts aimed at developing and strengthening the interparliamentary relations of BRICS member states concerning issues of common interest. As we all know, Russia will chair the expanded 10th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly in the year 2024. This should represent the beginning of practical elaboration of the objectives of the memorandum. I thank the technical team of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum for demonstrating their collaborative effort in the development of this document. I thank the leadership of the BRICS Parliament for ensuring that this important instrument sees the light of the day. As the host of the Assembly of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, we are highly indebted to everybody who has contributed to this great achievement. The process of drafting the memorandum was guided by the BRICS spirit of mutual respect and understanding, equality, solidarity, openness, inclusiveness, and consensus. I thank you.
Honorable members, it has been a pleasure for me to given this opportunity to preside over this session that we just had. It takes me back, but I don't want to go there. And thank you very much for your cooperation. And this is the last time we meet in this room. And as already the vote of thanks has been done, thank you, and thank you to every country that is here. I will now invite the Secretary to Parliament of South Africa just to give the announcement, and bon voyage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good afternoon to all the honorable delegates, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Mine is 3 issues to outline. The first one is an invitation from the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces for a relaxing evening after you have toiled for 2 days. So they would like you to live with memories rather of South Africa and how you have experienced the hospitality of the country. So the evening of a cocktail dinner is arranged to start at 6 p.m. It will be at the Galleria restaurant. It's close by here. Galleria restaurant. And then tomorrow morning at 8:30, 8:30 in the morning, there will be pickup of all delegates to be taken through a cultural excursion for identified sites that would reinforce the memories that you will carry for South Africa as you go back to your respective countries. So there's a cultural day consistent with our Heritage Month to go and visit Freedom Park, a sacred site of our country, reflective of our liberation history, and from there proceed to Lion Park, where we have spoken to all the big five to be available for viewing and not hide in the bushes. So they have agreed to cooperate in the spirit of BRICS. So we will proceed to Lion Park from there. It's a whole day excursion. And also to sample our rich tapestry of our traditions and customs to Lesedi Cultural Village. That will be the last leg and lunch, and we're taken back to our hotel. So the pickup is in front of all your hotels at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So all your cameras will be tested very nicely in that tour. The last part is more of a follow-up, small work session for concluding other components of signing. In the respect of time, we could not sign every copy, but leaders of the delegations are respectfully requested to, as we conclude, just to conclude signing those other copies at Theodore Room, and our ushers would direct you accordingly to Theodore Room, where the quick signing would also be concluded for other copies. On that note, thank you very much.
Family photo. I was still on that. There was a proposal of a family photo.